Well, you're very welcome to this VIP show here in Bolton, live across the VIP streams and, of course, on Boxing News as well. Delighted to be joined. Obviously, we have to be joined by the man himself, the man that makes it all happen, Mr. Steve Wood. You're not busy enough with all your businesses, Steve. You've got to run the boxing world in this part of the world as well. So what can we expect tonight? I mean, we've got title fights, as ever on a VIP show. We've got prospects, debutantes. We've got some serious talent. And some really good matchups as well. So, top of the bill, we're looking at, obviously, Kane Gardner as one of your fighters who's in against Reece MacMillan. There's James Moorcroft with a great 50-50 with Dom Hunt. But further down the card, we're going to start off soon as well with Sean Arkwright. What are you looking forward to?
Well, obviously, I think we've got a stacked card for everyone here tonight. I mean, it's completely different from what we had last week at Farnworth when we were stuck with a lot of medical issues, ended up only getting 5 fights, and the title fight only went 3 rounds, although it was very exciting. I think tonight, obviously, we're starting off with Sean Arkright from Liverpool. He's going on first because he's got to get back to his sister's 18th birthday, so he brings a crowd, so we'll start off with that. And everyone's so well tonight, so it's going to be a packed night, not just of boxing, but in the audience as well, which is great because I think it makes the fights better. They try harder and the opponents try harder. And tonight we've got a load of, well, we've got 11 fights, haven't we? We've got a load of young prospects, and I think the one that might stand out is Thomas Varey. He's doing his first 6 rounders tonight, so everyone watching, look out for Thomas. He was a top amateur, and he could have gone to the TV promoters, but he's coming through the small hall circuit with us, and he's one we're really excited about. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we've got Reece Mould, who fought for the British title only 2 months ago and lost with a first round KO, so he's eager to come back and get back into title contention, and you know he's fighting a welterweight who comes and really goes tonight, so let's hope Reece can get back to it. And then the 2 top of the bills, Dom, you know yourself, don't you? They're good fights.
No, they are cracking fights. Can't wait for them as well. But you mentioned Reece Mould, and of course Reece has mixed in very esteemed company, as you mentioned there. He's going to have his mate with him as well in the corner tonight, Josh Warrington. Again, interesting to see what happens next with Josh, won't he? I mean, you know him better than anybody, just about. You've managed him all the way through. What can we expect from Josh?
Well, he wants another goal, so he said he can't go out with that one there. There's a few things that didn't go right on the night. Physically, he thinks he's in fantastic shape, and, he wants to prove some people wrong, and... we've said to Eddie, we still want big fights. We don't want to just come back with an easy one. If we've got to go to America for the big fight, we will do. If we've got to fight Lee Wood, which is the one we've asked for, we will do. So, let's see what Eddie can deliver. But the Josh Warrington story hasn't finished, no.
Yeah, and just to, I mean, there's so much to look forward to anyway, but obviously Zelfa, it was a bit frustrating for yourself and Zelfa Barrett that, he just had to pull away from this one. He's going to be on the card, but these things happen, don't they? You know again better than anybody else.
You wouldn't believe the medical issues we've had. We've lost one fight on the card just today, haven't we? So, I mean, Zelfa's gutted because he trained really hard and he wanted to get a fight in before he goes into a big one next year. Hopefully we can get him out in the next couple of weeks. If we can't, we'll have to make a call whether he goes straight into a big title fight or not. But let's touch on the 2 title fights we've got tonight. Crossroads fight for Dom Hunt and James Moorcroft. I think whoever wins can go on and get another TV fight and fight for a genuine title. Whoever loses, they're going to have to think about it. And then the main fight, it's been announced, it shouldn't have been, but we're looking at Kane Gardner fighting Jack Rafferty for the British title fight, and I didn't want to put it out because it puts a bit of pressure and it's a bit disrespectful for Reece as well. But really, Reece has got to look at this and say, well, if I turn Kane Gardner over in Bolton tonight, I'll be fighting for the British title in February. So, it makes a bit more edge to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Reece is training, obviously, the Tyson Fury gym up in Morecambe, and again, there's a bit of a buzz around that place for obvious reasons. So he's got his own ambitions, as you say. But those 2 title fights, absolute crackers. That's what it's all about as well, isn't it? Venues like this, people getting in early and building up to those kind of fights. Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it, Dom. I think we're in for a very good night of boxing.
Yeah. Well, I think we should get going, don't you?
Yeah,
I think we should. So, moving, for the first time this evening, we're going to get on with the action. Sean Arkwright from Liverpool, who's got Fernando Valencia to look forward to. So let's get on with the action. We'll cross for the first time tonight to our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a very warm welcome to the Tough Sheet Community Stadium here in Bolton, where Steve Wood for VIP Boxing proudly presents an evening of championship professional boxing. This evening's show is officially sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge of ringside is Sally C. We begin the action with a middleweight bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly, originally from Mexico, now based in Barcelona, Spain, Fernando, Valencia.
Originally from Mexico, now based in Barcelona, Spain, Fernando, Valencia. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, ring navy shorts trimmed with white, he weighed in at 11 stone, 12 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record, 6 wins from 6 contests, hailing from Liverpool, Sean Arkwright! Your time you bet well is Phil Morris of the Royal referees, Mark Downing of Sheffield. These bouts will be scored outside of the ring by Steve Gray from Fleetwood. 6 3 rounds in the middleweight division.
Well, a warm welcome to all of the viewers on Boxing News, whether you're watching on the YouTube feed, on the app, and also to everybody joining us on the VIP Boxing Promotions channel as well. You're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and former super middleweight contender Mike Gormley. In the blue with the white stripes is Sean Arkwright of Liverpool, making his 7th professional contest here in Bolton. And in the black and gold from Mexico is Fernando Valencia. Mike, good to be joined by you this evening.
Yeah, nice to be here, Darren, thanks. Yeah, seen Sean Arkright a few times now, you know, in his pro career. Usually boxes out of Liverpool, as you say. Last time out he was at Blackpool, and obviously now he's ventured into Bolton, so it's nice to see him down here. Against a tough opponent tonight in Fernando Valencia, well experienced. Sean seems to be in with some, you know, good experienced kids, and that's what he needs early on in his career, really, you know, to cut his teeth.
He certainly does, and a smile fills the face of Arkwright as he just boxes out of that southpaw stance. Just taking his time, nice and composed, not taking his eyes off his opponent for a moment, and you could probably hear the crowd behind us already as he has sold some tickets, has Arkwright. And the man from Mexico, Fernando Valencia, just complaining a little about shots behind the back of the head there. Arkwright taking no notice of that, staying focused on the job with that southpaw jab popping out, one after another.
Yeah, he's quite a happy chap, is Sean Arkright. Always got a smile on his face when he's in the ring, out of the ring. You know, pleasant lad.
And he caught Valencia with a decent straight left hand there. Doesn't smother his work. Keeps himself nice and composed, nice and tidy as the corner just chucks some advice to him. Just soaks that in, takes it all in. The best fighters are the ones who listen and then put it into action.
Yeah, he's got to be, you know, on his game tonight with Valencia. I think Valencia's in his 74th pro fight, so he's well experienced. You know, he's done the rounds. As you said earlier, Darren, he's been in with some good kids, a few local lads, Tom and Jack Rafferty, also Paddy Lacey, who's the regular down here. So he knows around, he knows his way around the ring. It's a nice steady start though by Sean Arkright.
Valencia does look a little bit annoyed, a little bit frustrated. Not sure what with, but you can tell by the body language that it's... I know he's on the away circuit, but it's not exactly going the way that he may expect it to. Maybe normally he's got a little bit more control. Like we said, he's been in there with some really good operators over the years. He's only been stopped 6 times out of the 64 losses, and of course that is a normal record for these journeyman fighters. But a good opening round there for Sean Arkwright. Yeah,
I think, you know, he was just having a look at that first round, wasn't he? You know, seeing what Valencia's going to come with. Yeah, Valencia, I don't know if Valencia was a little bit frustrated with the southpaw stance of Arkwright, but we'll see, you know, as the fight progresses, and hopefully Sean can step it up a gear the next couple of rounds and show us what he's got, basically.
Well, one of the things that Sean said in a recent interview to VIP's Lee Hogan is that he believes the better the opponent in front of him, the better version we're going to get to see of him. He's one of these fighters who's really keen to just do things steadily, but do them right, and never take a step backwards in terms of opponent. He wants good people in front of him to make sure he and his team are progressing the way that they should do. And that was a good southpaw jab by Arkwright, and he knew that he'd caught Valencia well with that one, and he just putting those shots together nicely, gauging his distance correctly, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Sean, you know, as he said, he likes to we all coming through the ranks, you like a bit of a competition. You know, there's no point in blowing these kids away, these, let's call them away fighters, journeymen. You come to give it a little bit of a test, and that's what we like to see. Sean's dealing with this quite well at the moment. You know, and again, sometimes you give these away fighters that little bit of an opening, and then they'll take advantage of that. So they will expose these young kids, these young up-and-coming fighters. So they've got to be on the game as well.
They've certainly got to have their wits about them, especially when you've got unknown fighters, but Valencia, he's been caught a fair bit here, and he just realises that as he smiles at Arkwright to say, yep, you caught me with those two. Fair play, you get a little smirk from me.
Yeah, I think sometimes these fighters can be a little bit too game for their own good, can't they? You know, they take a few too many what they need to take. I'm talking about the away corner in this moment in time. Sean threw some good shots there. Valencia just smiling.
When fighters are fairly inexperienced, you know, going into your 7th professional fight, sometimes that experience can get in the way and you see fighters getting carried away, but Arkright isn't doing that. He's landed some good shots and he hasn't got silly, he hasn't gone for it when it's been unnecessary, especially when there's so long left in the round. This is a good, experienced, mature performance so far, and we're into the last minute of the second round. This one's scheduled for 6 in the middleweight division.
Yeah, Sean's only 24, you know, he's a young man in the game, and it's like he's got an old head on his shoulders. Like you said, Darren, he's not rushing anything, he's taking his time, and he's being clever and he's being patient.
I've got a lot of love for that. A lot of love for just that patience and not smothering your work and doing things at the right time, at the right pace. And Arkwright is nailing that right now. He is our first fighter on the bill tonight because, believe it or not, it's his little sister's 18th birthday. And as soon as this finishes, he's got to get off to the party.
Oh, that would be nice. He'd be maybe looking for his first finish then, an early finish for Sean, maybe. That'd be nice for him. Get away early, but you know, he's got a decent opponent in front of him there.
He has. Some of these away corner fighters come along and they just survive the 4 rounds, 6 rounds, or whatever it is. But Fernando Valencia of Mexico, he's bringing a bit of a fight, isn't he?
He is, yeah. You know, he's game enough. He's not staying on the back foot all the time. He's making a fight of it. He is trying to, you know, push Sean and test him a little bit. This is what we want to see. We don't want to see fighters just absorbing punches, taking punches and running around the ring, coming for the money and then just going home. We like to see a bit of, you know, competition.
If you're in that corner, Mike, what sort of information are you giving Sean at this present moment?
Basically, I'd be just saying, you know, keep doing what you're doing. Look for the openings, draw Valencia onto your shots, you know, counter and then just move off. You know, again, just be clever, do what you've done for the last 2 rounds, but just maybe step it up a little bit now.
So that's the advice of Mike with me here at ringside. If you're just joining us, welcome along. You haven't missed too much so far. We're into our first bout of the evening. Sean Arkright versus Fernando Valencia. 10 more fights will follow this evening. Some title fights, some debuts. We've got a bit of everything. So make sure that you do stay tuned, because there will guaranteed be some action as Arkright just moves forward with that southpaw stance. Eyes firmly on Valencia, popping that jab out and then targets the body with that left hook of his.
Yeah, as we saw this start of that 3rd round there, Valencia came out, you know, he came on the front foot and tried to put it on Sean, and you know, Sean retaliated, responded. I think he's had a bit of advice from his corner again, you know, to step it up a little bit this round.
Arkright cutting the ring off nicely, not following his man around the ring and using unneeded steps or energy. Just steps across with that back foot and making sure that there isn't anywhere for Fernando Valencia of Mexico to go. And I think we might start to see Valencia try and tie Arkright up a little bit as we reach the halfway point of this 3rd round. But we'll see how this one unfolds. Good straight left down there from Arkright.
Yeah, I think Sean just needs to stay, you know, where he is, just half a step away, keep his range, keep the distance between him and Valencia. You know, that works a little bit better for him than the getting inside. Obviously, Valencia has a little bit more success when they come together, and Sean's got to be careful of that.
He's doing work to admire his Arkright, but he's not admiring his work, which is good. And just Steadily popping that jab out, cutting the ring off over and over again, waiting for the time to throw that shot if Valencia does try and make an entrance. And again, we see Valencia just trying to tie him up a little bit, but still doing some work himself, but being beaten to the exchange, or he's losing the exchange almost every time.
Yeah, Sean's just stalking Valencia, you know, he's just walking around the ring looking to pick his shots. A little bit of a slip there from Valencia. Wasn't a punch that, he just lost his balance a little. But steady work from Sean. That's for me, Darren, probably the same as yourself, that's a third round in the bank for Sean Arkright.
Yeah, comfortable 3 rounds there for Arkright. And he has got an opponent who's at least, well, you know, he's trying, isn't he? He's putting some shots together, he's walking forwards. He could quite easily just spend the whole night on the back foot and make this an extremely dull fight for us all to watch, but he's not. He's coming forward a bit. He's trying to win some of those exchanges. He's coming up short. Arkwright's too quick to that punch. And he's being consistent, is Liverpool's Sean Arkright. He's pretty much maintained that energy, maintained that work rate, that pace in both in all 3 rounds, in the first, second and third round. And as you said, Mike, he's just got to keep doing exactly the same thing, and he'll be the fighter with his arm raised at the end.
Yeah, I think Sean's doing the right thing, you know, he's picking his shots, he's not getting involved too much. Valencia tries to mix it in and Sean lets him know he's there, and obviously Valencia is what we like to see is what we call a live opponent, someone who's going to come and give it a go. I'd like to see Sean pick it up a little bit now, you know. In the latter part of the fight, we're in the 4th round, 4 of 6. I think this one is it, Darren?
6 rounds this one in the middleweight division. Valencia coming out of a little bit more urgency in this round, and has got a mean look on his face and puts his gloves together, says something in the Spanish language that I don't understand, and I think he's keen for a bit more of a tear-up.
Yeah, typical tough Mexican then, isn't he? I think, like, as well, you know, these away fighters, if they can get through the first half of the fight, I think they tend to save a little bit, you know, for the last half or the last couple of rounds, and then they start stepping up a little bit. Whether Valencia's got anything lined up, you know, in the next few weeks or so. Sometimes these guys, they'll run away if they've got a fight next week. They don't want to get caught or they don't want to get stopped. They'll survive. But again, you know, these Mexicans, these South Americans, they'll come over and they will get stuck in. They will make it hard for you.
They certainly will. They know what they're doing. Some of the toughest around, whether you're a journeyman away corner fighter or if you're a fighter on the way up, they are as hard as nails. We know that from Chris Billam-Smith's most recent fight with Zurdo Ramirez. I know Chris had said afterwards that he'd hit him with some of the hardest shots he'd ever thrown, and Ramirez didn't move. But that is the Mexican way. They are tough as old boots. As Arkwright is finding out here, I think he could hit him with probably everything and the kitchen sink, and he'll still come forward. That was a good double jab, straight left down there, and a nice jab which followed it. He's just really starting to gauge that distance, that timing nicely. Followed that up with a 1-2 and a lead hook. He's picking his shots well, Mike.
He is, yeah. You know, again, I'd like to see Sean just pick it up a little bit now. As I say, we're in the second half of the fight. I think Sean can afford to pick it up a bit. It looks like he's coasting at the minute, you know. He's not overexerting himself. I get it, you know, he's patient, he's looking, he's having a look. I don't think Valencia's got too much to trouble him with at this moment in time. So, yeah, I'd just like to see Sean pick it up a little bit now.
Some good accurate work there from Sean Arkright. And although Fernando Valencia is getting caught, Mike, he does do some stuff well defensively. He kind of doesn't stay in the same place for too long, and he's pretty good at getting his head off of that line, isn't he? Otherwise, it would be a bit of like target practice.
Yeah, Sean's not having it all his own way. He's having to work hard for, you know, for his victory. Yeah, Valencia, as we can see in the corner, you look at Valencia's face, and he's not very well. He's not marked up, is he? You know, he's not bruised. He's not got one of those faces that's well lived in. It looks like he's been able to look after himself in 74 fights. So this is another day at the office for him, really.
First out of his corner is Fernando Valencia.
Yeah, he's still looking lively and he's still looking fresh himself, as both fighters are. It's been quite a good contest.
Well, here we go, round 5, the penultimate round of this contest in the middleweight division. 10 fights to follow this one, so stick around. Some good boxing names knocking about here this evening. Bumped into Anthony Croller earlier on. Josh Warrington will be here shortly for his man Reece Mould. And the boxing community come together once again for a fabulous night of boxing here in Bolton. As Sean Arkwright throws that southpaw lead hook and follows it up with a straight left hand. The straight left hand missed ever so slightly as Valencia just tries to tie him up a little bit, and that was a really nice screw shot with the right hand there, Mike. He threw that perfectly.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. It was I think it was a lovely right uppercut there, then backhand. You know, his corner's telling him to keep it long and trying to keep the pressure on Valencia.
Arkright getting that timing ever so perfectly then. Just dipped his legs, feinted with his shoulder, and then as Valencia dropped down, thinking he was going to miss the shot, he got through with a straight left hand, and he's nailed the timing again with that one. And he's so composed, his Arkright, that he's just landed a beautiful shot and then looked to his corner, taken a little bit of advice, and then just cracked on with things.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at Sean, I think he's got another couple of gears to go through yet. I think, you know, he's just doing enough, I think, for me. I think he could do a little bit more. He's winning the fight, you know, no doubt about that. He's boxing really well. He's finding openings, making it a little bit awkward for Valencia, obviously being a southpaw. Arkright, that is.
The referee's just taken a point away from Fernando Valencia. Looks like it was for the use of the heads, from what I could tell. Do you agree with that, Mike?
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of frustration there from Valencia. He felt that Arkright was, you know, hit him on the back of the head, so maybe it was just a little bit of a niggle that he came back with, and the referee intervened, really. Which, I suppose it's right. If, you know, misuse of the head, it could cause problems. So, you know, he's not really done himself any favours there, Valencia.
He hasn't. The referee doesn't have to give any amount of warnings. He can choose to take a point away whenever he wants. He's in charge. He's the man in the middle. Great straight left hand just a few moments ago from Arkright, which has been the key shot for him in this fight. Goodness knows how many of those he's landed, and there goes another one. He's just timed it perfectly.
Yeah, I don't think Valencia can deal with that southpaw stance, you know, with the backhand from Arkright. That's where the frustration's coming in. But again, another good steady round from Arkright. 5 up for me, Darren. I'm sure you agree with that. He's, you know, he's kind of a bit of a stroll in the park, I would think, for Sean.
It has been almost always one-way traffic. Not taking anything away from Fernando Valencia, because there have been times when he's tried to take the fight to Arkright, but he's come up short. But he would have done some learning tonight, wouldn't he, Arkright? There's always something to learn from these type of bouts.
Oh, you do definitely, yeah. But, you know, coming back to Valencia there, I think, you know, Sean's just picked his shots really well. I think he's been the perfect opponent for Sean Arkright tonight, Valencia, even though, you know, he's a good experienced kid. But Sean just picked him off, you know, he's had it all his own way. I wouldn't say it's been easy, but, you know, Sean's found the openings, he's been patient. As I say, he's a patient kid.
Well, here we go, the 6th and final round of this middleweight contest. Sean Arkwright of Liverpool, very much looking like he's going to be cruising to 7-0. He's got just under 3 minutes to try and get that first stoppage of his professional career under his belt. Doesn't look like it's going to happen tonight with a tough Mexican in front of him, but he's certainly enjoying himself as he just controls the pace and controls the direction and the way that this fight is moving forward at every moment of each round. That was a nice lead hook just over the top there, and follows it up with 2 accurate straight hands.
Yeah, Valencia certainly earned his money tonight, Darren. You know, it's good to see these kids come and have a go. You know, it's the business, it's the hurting game, but, you know, it's all they know, some of these, you know, these tough Mexicans coming out of the country, you know, to come and earn some money, get on the road. I'm sure he'll be out next week doing the same thing. Sean's still in control though, still looking to pick his shots.
Yeah, and picking his shots is something which he's done very well throughout these 6 rounds, or 5.5 rounds. Let's not get too carried away. A nice selection of shots. He's thrown a bit of everything in this fight. Looks like he's been doing plenty of what he's been working on. That was a really nice backhand uppercut which just went straight through the middle of the guard of Valencia.
Yeah, he's caught him with a few times with that, Darren. It's a good shot on that lead screw shot there right in the middle.
Do you think Arkright could punish him a little bit more when he gets him in that corner?
I think so. You know, I think he's got the ability. As I said earlier, Sean just seems like he's just doing enough. I think now he's in his 7th fight. You know, I'm pretty sure he's going to come through this successfully. You know, with a points victory. But I think he needs to start making a statement now. You know, he's 7 fights in with 7 wins after this one, all being well. And if he wants to get anywhere in his career, he has got to start putting his foot down and making a statement.
Arkright just showing Valencia who's boss in the last few moments of this round. The 6th and final round. Valencia did a bit more work than he'd done in the 5 previous rounds, sorry. But Arkright just landed 4 or 5 shots just to show him who's in charge and who's going to get his hand raised at the end of this one.
Yeah, I think Sean will be happy with that one. It's a good night of work for Sean. You know, he did what he needed to do. He controlled Valencia for the full 6 rounds. Valencia played his part, but you know, he's obviously outclassed by the skills of Arkwright.
Well, our MC this evening is Phil Seymour, experienced MC. You've probably seen him in the rugby and the snooker. He does a bit of everything, does Phil. And of course, he's been doing the boxing for an extremely long time as well. But let's get the official announcement, or the official decision from the referee, from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, can you please show your appreciation for both boxers? This bout was scored outside of the ring by Steve Gray. After 6 rounds, we go to his scorecard. He scores the contest 60 points to 53 points in favour of your winner from Liverpool, Sean Arkwright!
But there we go then, Mike. As predicted, I mean, I think every single person watching this around the world, even those in Mexico who had a bottle of tequila, knew exactly where that fight was going, that announcement.
Yeah, but you know, it's a good start to the show tonight, and a good performance by Sean Arkwright. Takes him to 7-0, and you know, we look forward to seeing him again. Hopefully next time we can pick it up a little bit more of a lively opponent and give him a little bit more of a test. But yeah, onwards and upwards from Sean Arkwright.
Indeed, that's what these fights are about. You know, there's boxing fans who get frustrated and they think, You know, what's the point of them fighting these people? It's all about the apprenticeship. It's all about the journey. They learn so much from these, and it's just about steadily building.
And now the action continues with a super welterweight contest scheduled for 4 preliminary rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from High Manchester, Dale Arrowsmith. He weighed in at 11 stone 2 pounds. Boxing this evening in his 132nd professional bout from High Manchester, Dale Arrowsmith. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner. Ring match option with Ray, he weighed in at 11 stone 3 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record with 8 wins from 8 contests, 1 win coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Manchester, Faulkner! Your timekeeper is Chris O'Connor of English, your referee is John Layman of Varey. This is a super welterweight bout scheduled for 4 preliminary rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go, second bout of the evening. Manchester's Bobby Faulkner versus Stockport's Dale Arrowsmith. Faulkner in the black shorts with the grey trim, and to be fair, so is Dale Arrowsmith as well. They should have had a chat and told each other about the wardrobe before they got in there tonight. Faulkner trained by Anthony Crolla, former world champion, and one of the most loved people in Manchester and one of the nicest people in boxing. But Faulkner looking to not muck around in the opening part of this round, Mike.
Yeah, he's come out quite aggressively there, Darren. But you know, he's in with the choir boy, Dale Arrowsmith. Dale, you know, he's been in the ring with all these young up and coming fighters, especially the local lads. But you know, he does travel up and down the country. He is a veteran of 132 fights tonight, so that's some way to go for him. Not been stopped many times, 8 times I think in his career. So he is a durable kid. He's got a great defence, tucks up really well. Hands nice and high, elbows tucked in, catches a lot of stuff on the gloves.
Good body punch in there from Bobby Faulkner. That left hand just under the right elbow of Arrowsmith. That is the shot which he's looking for over and over again. We saw Brad Ray land a couple of those perfectly against Adam Heppel last week on our VIP Boxing News show. But I tell you what, Faulkner will be applauded if he manages to get Dale Arrowsmith out of it, because as you said, only been stopped 8 times in 131 fights, and if he could fight every single night of the week, I bet he would with Arrowsmith. Yeah,
he certainly does. He's out regularly. You know, he's been a pro since 2015, so 9 years. But if you want to work that out, it's probably about an average of about 15 fights a year, something like that. So it's quite some going. So you imagine fighting every month, solidly, for 10 years, 9 years. There's a little bit of a video on YouTube for Dale Arrowsmith, if everybody wants to have a look at that. It's a little bit of a thing about himself. You know, why he's involved in the game, where he's been, where he's come from. Quite an interesting character.
Well, these are the people who keep the sport going. Without them, there would be no way near as many shows as we are getting these days.
Some lovely work there by Faulkner, double left hook, landed one with a body shot, but good round, good strong performance already from Faulkner, showing us what he's got and how he means to go on.
But the theme of that round certainly has been good body punching by Bobby Faulkner of Manchester. Over and over again, he's been slamming in those lead hooks under the right elbow, looking for that liver shot. He's got through with a few of them. And I think just plenty more of the same will do him nicely in the second round. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. He got caught, like you say, Darren, he got caught with a few hooks, left hooks to the body there. I was looking for some marks on Dale Arrowsmith's, you know, torso, round the sides, round the ribs. I can't see any red marks. He's quite pale, Dale, so they would show. So maybe he caught a lot on the elbows, but, you know, the way Faulkner's working there, it's probably just a matter of time before, you know, a big shot gets through there.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Sometimes these rounds, you know, these 4 rounders for Dale Arrowsmith, the sort of bread and butter for him, you know. This is what he likes, really. Get 4 rounds, take his wages and go home. But when you've got a tough customer like Faulkner in front of you, those 4 rounds could be quite long.
But these are great learning fights for fighters like Bobby Faulkner, because Dale Arrowsmith has been in with literally everyone you can think of in and around the weight on their debuts and on their way up over the last 4 or 5 years. He's seen every single shot you can throw. He knows every trick in the book. So if you could make something work against somebody like him, then you're doing well. And we're starting to see that right uppercut come through from Faulkner, and he landed one just a moment ago, and he throws it nicely.
Yeah, he's being consistent, isn't he, Faulkner there? And I think Arrowsmith knows that. I'm sure he can feel his power a little bit. And he's just tucking up, Dale. He doesn't... Dale's one of those fighters, you know, these away fighters. If he sees an opening, he will expose you, you know, he will test you. He will make you work for a victory. And at this moment in time, Dale's just quite happy to tuck up and take these shots. But good work from Faulkner. He's getting through with a nice few uppercuts again and hooks around the side.
Faulkner just throwing no more than 2s and 3s. Don't think we've seen any more than that in a combination from him yet. But he's picking the shots well. And there's definitely some venom behind him.
Yeah, I think sometimes what these guys need to do, they need to open up a bit, like you say before, Darren. Throw combinations, 2s and 3s instead of single shots all the time, trying to get through that big shot. You've got to open your opponent up. You know, touch him with little shots and then throw combinations, break him down. Dale Arrowsmith's a quite experienced kid, you know, he knows what's coming, he's seen it all before, he knows how to defend the shots.
It's a lovely lead hook upstairs and then straight down to the bobby from Faulkner. Just a moment ago. Really smooth. Oh, it's a good right hook that, which just knocked Arrowsmith off balance just for a split second. Well, Faulkner strikes me as a sort of fighter who would love to have someone stand in the middle of the ring with him head to head and just have a bit of a war. He seems to like that kind of close-in style, doesn't he?
I was just thinking that then, you know, he's kind of hitting Dale with a lot of shots there, a lot of good quality shots. He's throwing uppercuts, he's throwing hooks round the side, and he can't quite get through cleanly. What Faulkner needs to have in front of him is some guy who's going to have a tear up with him, like you say, and open up so then Faulkner can get through with his shots. But Dale's just not giving him much to work with, really. It's good work by Faulkner. He's basically doing what he needs to do. But I think he needs to throw his shots more accumulatively, 2s and 3s, and try and open Dale up a little bit, you know. Maybe work some angles instead of just standing in front of him.
Well, eventually, if he keeps winning, he'll get one of those opponents. And I would say that when we get there, he will be in some good all-action fights and be incredibly entertaining. Good looping right hook. Bobby Faulkner throws.
Yeah, as we can see now there, when Faulkner steps off a little bit now, Dale just trying to open up a little bit.
Faulkner just dips down on that left leg of his and then drives that lead. Hook slash uppercut under the right elbow of Arrowsmith. As he stands in the centre of the ring, nice and close.
Yeah, I think if he just touches him with that left hand, Faulkner, just touches Dale Arrowsmith with that left hand, a little bit of a step over to the right and drop the left hook underneath. You know, maybe make himself another little bit of an opening there. At the minute, he's just doing pretty much what he's done from the start of the first bell. I think he's just hoping really that one will just get through, a nice clean one, which will open Dale up. As you saw there, he just took he sort of half step to the right there, but he didn't let that shot go.
If Faulkner was in there with somebody who wasn't as experienced as Dale Arrowsmith is, I'll tell you what, I think he could stop people with that lead hook to the body, because he throws it nicely and he really pushes his weight through it. But Arrowsmith knows exactly what he's doing and knows how to ride it. And the majority of him, he just catches on his elbows, doesn't he? Catches on his arms.
Yeah, you know, he takes a lot on his gloves, like these head shots, like, you know, the stuff like that, what we're seeing at the moment. A lot of head shots, a lot upstairs. Faulkner's throwing some good quality shots. He just can't quite get through with them. But Dale's taking them on the gloves. They look like they're hurting him, but he is basically taking them on the gloves. And the redness from his face is probably from the gloves, his own gloves hitting himself in the face. Not taking away anything from Faulkner. Faulkner's probably thinking, you know, I'm hitting this kid with some good quality shots here. What more do I need to do? Well, you know, the answer to that is just keep doing what you're doing, basically. A little bit of Chinese water torture, just try and break him down.
Well, there's been a couple of moments in this third round where Dale Arrowsmith looks like he's just reminded Faulkner that he has got a live opponent in front of him and just whipped the left hook round and caught him on the top of the head or the gloves. And then you've kind of seen Faulkner just spring back into focus mode. And I guess when you're going through the motions as a fighter, I don't know, you're a former pro fighter, it can be quite easy to become complacent and just get into a rhythm and switch off. Is that right?
You can, yeah. I mean, like you say, what Faulkner's doing at the moment, he's doing it well, but he's kind of doing the same thing. As I say, he needs to start changing angles a little bit, I think, instead of just being in front of Dale, throwing these hooks and these uppercuts. Odd, a little bit predictable for Dale, but that's because of Dale's experience, basically. Like you said, if he was in with somebody not as experienced as Dale, he'd probably have a little bit more success. But, you know,
10 seconds,
if you're going to get anywhere, you've got to beat kids like Dale Arrowsmith.
And beat them well.
Seconds out for the third and final round.
So assuming this goes to the final bell, which we expect it to, What sort of things do you think Bobby Faulkner can look back on and be pleased with? What's he done well in your opinion tonight?
Basically, I think what he's done well, I think he's picked his shots well. He's been patient. I think he needs to make more angles, put shots together a little bit more, like we said earlier, 2s and 3s. He's thrown a lot of single shots, hoping he'll get the big one through. And again, you know, if he's got a more lively opponent, it will have a bit of a tear up with him. He may have a little bit more success, but you know, Dale's clever, and Dale's doing what Dale does. He's in there to survive, he's in there to give you a little bit of a test, and he will expose you if you give him the opportunity. And Faulkner's obviously not given that chance, so again, good contested performance.
Halfway through, or nearly halfway through this fourth and final round. And Faulkner just taking control of the centre of that ring, which is something which he's done throughout the fight, and just continuously working away to that body, but switching it up, body and head, head and body. He's had some success. And the body punching has been my favourite.
Yeah, that was a nice double left hook, head and body.
Especially that lead hook. He throws that so well.
Dale just giving a little bit of that there, saying, you know, you can give it, so can I.
Faulkner not switching off of that jab. Every time he throws it, something decent follows, whether that's a hook to the body or he tries to drive that right uppercut straight up the middle of the guard of Arrowsmith.
Yeah, see, Dale's able to take these single shots. I think if Faulkner there put the 2s and 3s together, he'd back Dale up a little bit, and he'll have a little bit more success again. At the moment, Dale's taking single shots on the gloves. But a good strong performance from Faulkner.
But a comfortable win, in our opinion, for Manchester's Bobby Faulkner, and Anthony Crolla just climbs into the ring and shaking hands with Arrowsmith and the corner. He knows that his man is victorious, and he's pleased with the work which he's given him tonight. I'm sure of that. Yeah,
all these coaches far and wide know Dale Arrowsmith, and they've all got tons of respect for him, and you know, they're grateful for him getting in the ring with their fighters and their prospects. And fair play, he's a good kid, and it's what a way to earn your money and earn a wage. But as you said before, Darren, without these kids, these away fighters, the sport wouldn't be what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, please put your hands together for both boxers. After 4 rounds of super welterweight action, we go to referee John Latham scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner from Manchester, Bobby Faulkner.
But as expected, Bobby Faulkner gets the decision. He moves on in his professional career. I'm sure he and Ant and all of the team will look back at the fight, and they will tick the things which they're happy with, and they will work on the things which they feel like they need to work on. That's the way that the business moves, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, every fight's a learning fight. Faulkner still coming through the ranks, you know, he's still being tested, but he'll be up there, I think, Darren. You can see the quality in him. He's a good, steady performer. He looks like a strong kid. He looks like a fit kid. And even looking at that fight there, I still think he's got a few more gears to go through there. But why risk it at this moment in time? You know, at this stage of your career, get the win, do it comfortably. Go back, look at the video, look at the fight, and then learn from what you could have done better. I don't think he made any mistakes there. You know, Dale Arrowsmith was a good kid. It was a good test for him. So another one in the bag.
He was. He did plenty right. And like we said earlier on in the fight, I think if he gets that sort of fighter who stands in front of him and wants to trade in the middle, then he's going to be an exciting kid to watch.
Yeah, do you know what? I like a central area title fight. I think that'd be a cracking fight. I'd have to have a look at who's in his weight at the moment, but like a central area title fight, they kind of, in a sense, they're the start of the making of you, because you both want it so much, and you end up getting really good fights out of them for 10-round fights. You end up with a little bit of a war, a little bit of a boxing match, a tear-up. You get a little bit of everything in a 10-round central area title fight. So it'd be nice to see him in something like that, a bit of a test for him.
Well, Mike, thanks so much for your company tonight. I'm now going to be joined by Gemma Richardson, who's going to just join me on comms.
Okay, Darren, and I'll probably catch up with you in a little while, okay?
Top man.
You.
Well, before we get our MC Phil Seymour back in action and bringing the next fighters to the ring, I've been joined by former Team GB star, the new signing of VIP, Gemma Richardson. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm happy to be excited to see Jodie box, and it just makes me excited to get started myself.
Good for you. Well, we look forward to it. Well, here is Phil announcing the next contenders into the ring. So we'll let him get on with it.
professional ring for 13th time in her career, from Sheffield, Kerry, Orton! And her opponent across the ring in the red corner, with white, blue and yellow trunks, she too weighed in at 10 stone exactly. Boxing this evening in a second professional contest, hailing from Castleford, Jodie Wilkinson! Your timing is still very slow for one of your referees, Mark Gallagher of Sheffield. This bout is being scored outside of the ring by John Nathan from Kerry. This is a super lightweight contest scheduled for 4 2-minute rounds.
Well, here we go. Jodie Wilkinson in the white, blue and yellow, trained by Sean O'Hagan. And looking to get her second fight, her second pro fight with a W. Putting that debut behind her. And she's starting strong here, Gemma.
That was a very nice backhand from Jodie. I think we are going to see a completely different Jodie to her debut. And hopefully the Jodie that I've known for years on GB as well.
Absolutely nice and sharp in that southpaw stance. In the women's division, in the women's ranks, it's only the 2-minute rounds. So these fights tend to be, or these rounds, the pace tends to be a lot quicker, and you get to see normally a lot more action. That was a nice straight 1-2 there from Jodie Wilkinson, who is just gauging her distance ever so nicely.
She seems to find a rhythm quite well here, Jodie, with the jab landing every time and also going up and down the body as well.
In the southpaw stance is Wilkinson. Just popping that southpaw jab out. Getting Kerry Orton guessing at all times. Just got caught with a overhand left there from Wilkinson. And that straight 1-2 seems to be working over and over again, doesn't it?
It's a very high tempo here from Jodie as well, which is good to see. I think she's a lot fitter this time, and you can tell she's a lot sharper with her shots.
But that's it, round 1 over and done with. A clear one in the bank for me for Jodie Wilkinson in this super lightweight contest. Like you picked up on, it was quite a tempo which she came out, and she stuck with it for the full 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can see this time around as well, like she feels comfortable in there, she looks comfortable in there, which is good to see. She's defending nicely, she's moving nicely, and she's going up and down and catching her with some good eye-catching shots. And Kerry's still throwing, she's still trying, which is nice to see as well.
She is. She does look a little bit like a rabbit in the headlights when Wilkinson comes forward, because she does throw those shots at quite some speed, and she also just doesn't really stick to the same rhythm, so she seems to be quite a hard fighter to read and to defend against. But I guess the advice from the corner team will be more of the same, please, Jodie, because you definitely banged around there as both fighters come to the centre of the ring. Orton got a little bit more of an urgency about her.
Yeah, there's a tempo change definitely of Orton from the start of the round, but Jodie's just keeping calm, defending it and then going back with her own.
Really nice straight left hand there from Wilkinson. She's really got the bit between her teeth with this one. You can see how much she really wants this. You can see the focus in her eyes from just a few feet away at our commentary position here in Bolton. If you're just joining us on Boxing News or VIP, welcome along. This is our third fight of the evening, 11 fights scheduled this evening.
There are also good strong shots from Jodie, and as a sparring partner in the past on GB, I can vouch that she does hit hard. So I think it'll be a shot when she does catch Orton.
And that one looked like it landed hard, didn't it? That left hook which just hit her on the temple. And she can't miss at the moment, Wilkinson.
No, every shot she seems to be throwing is landing, and it's landing with good speed and good power behind it, which is nice to see. She's carried on the tempo from that first round, even with Orton starting fast. And switching it nice to the body there as well. And lovely head movement coming away from it.
She's putting a lot into every single shot, is Jodie Wilkinson. But Gemma, I'm going to put you in the corner. So what are you saying to your friend and, in this situation, your fighter?
Well, for me, I think she's doing exactly what she should be doing. And I even think she picked it up from that first round to make an even better second round. So I'd just be getting her breathing under control and telling her to keep doing the same, keep defending as she is. Because Kerry's still trying to throw and then going back with the shots that she's doing, switching up and down, exactly how she's doing it now.
So more of the same, and I bet this is getting your knuckles itchy, isn't it? I bet you, when are we going to see your pro debut?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully in the new year, so end of February, we're going to March. I'll make my debut. So I'm excited to see that. And obviously, seeing Jodie, who I've travelled the world with boxing now, and being the Jodie I know that I've always known that she's capable of, is making me even more excited to get going as well.
Well, we certainly look forward to your debut. An esteemed amateur, and as you said, travelled the world, all that experience. It's exactly what Jodie had as well. And it's great to see it in the paid ranks, in the pro ranks. The smaller gloves. The pain game. And Wilkinson looking to do just that as she landed a good free shot, straight combination there. But she's getting Orton to think all the time, isn't she? Yeah. There isn't a moment where she's not doing something. Even when she's not throwing a punch, she's kind of stood there feinting with either a shoulder or pretending to throw that jab out, and then she throws it, and she gets through with that straight left hand over and over again.
Yeah. She's got an answer to everything Orton's throwing at her or doing. Jodie seems to find the answer to punch off that or make miss, which is nice to see.
Orton throwing back, but good defensive skills from Wilkinson. And that over the hand.
Right every time. It seems to be the
lands,
key punch.
Doesn't it? Good disciplined performance this from Jodie Wilkinson, not getting carried away. She's controlling the fight in terms of the pace, the tempo, the way that she wants it to go, and she's consistently throwing good shots, and also she's consistently landing. And just as I say that, she lands another.
Another good round there for Jodie.
Do you think that loss has maybe done some good for her? It's given her maybe that change of whatever it was to kind of get her up for this a bit more, because she seems like she's really, really up for it tonight.
Yeah, 100%. I was there on the debut as well, and when I was watching that fight, I knew that was not the normal Jodie at all. So I know for a fact that it maybe gave her that second motive, and she has gone away and she has changed things. She's been speaking to me and telling me how camp's gone this time around, and I was always open for that new Jodie, and that's exactly what we've got tonight. And I think she's going to stay there now as well, and obviously keep performing and keep improving and climbing up.
As we can see on the replays, if Wilkinson just continually landing those shots over and over again. She's landed a bit of everything. Straight shots, hooks, uppercuts, you name it. She's landed it.
It's nice to see how she's keeping disciplined as well and not giving much away when Orton is throwing towards her. She's defending nicely. She's keeping everything tight and balanced, which is good to see.
She is. If Orton gets through with the odd shot here and there, then she makes sure that she lands 2 or 3 back herself.
Definitely.
So she's always a few steps ahead in terms of the referee scoring ringside, who I think is Steve Gray for this one. Experienced A-star referee. Goodness knows how many fights he's refereed and judged over the years. Thousands and thousands, I'd imagine.
That overhand right every time seems to be the treat for Jodie.
Changing her her height well as well, isn't she? Is Wilkinson sort of dipping down, going to that body, or just going underneath a shot which comes from Orton, and then throwing something back straight afterwards. So she's not wasting, or she's not doing anything in an inefficient way.
That lovely counter again with the right hand.
Kerry Orton's got a similar style to the fighter who Jodie fought in her debut. Vida Masiakati. That kind of tall, sort of rangy, very tight guard, straight shots after straight shots, and Wilkinson's clearly learnt from that, as she just changes the angles, moves around the ring, bobs and weaves, rolls out the way, and then counters herself. Well, Gemma, last time it was her birthday on her professional debut, and she would have walked away with her head down in a really sad and, you know, well, just feeling really low, I guess. You expect to win your debut, don't you? But tonight she can certainly walk away and be proud of that performance. Which parts of that performance were you impressed with?
For me, I think with the height, I think that's one thing with the last opponent. She didn't get the distance right, she didn't get the timing right. She found that so quickly in this fight, and then she used that to an advantage. She kept the speed, she kept the tempo, and she was punching hard, and that's what I like to see. She showed a bit of everything. I think there was a lot of variety in that performance.
Variety is certainly a good way of putting it, but let's get the announcement from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, can you please put your hands together for both boxers? This bout was scored outside of the ring by John Latham of Varey. After 4 rounds of action, we go to his scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 37 points in favour of your winner. From Castleford, Jodie Wilkinson!
Well, a very well done to Jodie Wilkinson. My goodness, she will be happy to have had her hand raised there and get that win. And nice to have a former teammate, former Team GB mate, Gemma Richardson, who is just signed to the VIP promotions and the 11-11 management team alongside her. She knows her so well, and as she said, she'd been hit by her. These fighters, they've gone all around the world with each other, and they know each other so well. So it would have been fantastic for her to see her getting that first victory. And I've got an array of co-commentators tonight. I've had Mike Gormley, former super middleweight contender. Some of you might remember his fight with Robin Reed. And I've just had Gemma Richardson, a former Team GB star. And Lee Whitehead will be joining me in just a moment. But we are going to go over to Don McGuinness, who is with Jodie and with Gemma.
Well, Jodie.
How are you doing?
Now, obviously, you were very disappointed on the debut.
Yep.
But you put that right now. It was a very tough debut against Vida, who we all know is a really, really tough customer.
Yep.
How did you feel in there tonight?
A bit tired, you know. But I've worked really hard for this fight. Yep. I think I'm tired because I put a lot of pressure on myself. A lot of nerves kicked on in. I think I brought it into the ring tonight. But, I mean, I landed some decent shots on her. And, yeah, I mean, I've got a win, finally.
Well, that's what it's all about now, isn't it? I mean, again, you're in a great gym. You've got Sean in the corner.
Yeah.
He doesn't mince his words very much. And I'm sure you've had a tough camp dealing with him and everyone else in the gym. But just how important was it mentally to get through that tonight? Yeah,
like I said, my last fight, my mental health was really bad. And one day I will talk about it. So I battled a lot of demons going into that fight. Been in my first one, just to get in the ring and box. Battle that demon because I didn't think I'd do that again. And as soon as I got out of that ring after my loss, it's like a light switched off in my head, on in my head, should I say. And it was like, I want this now.
Yeah.
So, don't get me wrong, I'm nowhere where I want to be in there tonight, but it's a step up, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Well, your mate Gemma was commentating on that tonight. I mean, what did you make of it?
Do you know what? I always think, Jodie, you're hard on yourself. She always has been, but I think that performance tonight was really good. You didn't look tired in there. I said that. I think your tempo stayed the same from the first to the last round. Your shot selection was beautiful. I think you should be really happy with that tonight, Joe.
Yeah, I tried to mix my shots up a little bit. Got a little bit backhand heavy. That's the way it goes sometimes. She were falling in on me, so it were open to throw me backhand, but I would have liked to throw my jab a bit more, but you can only do with what's in that ring.
Well, yes, and you've got it. You got the win.
Yeah.
You move on now.
That's
You can get back in the gym, keep training hard, doing all that.
That's how my mindset is at the minute. Just, you know, boxing, and I'm only going to get fitter. I'm only going to get better. You know, so I've got good stable mates behind me. I've got Reece boxing tonight. He's coming off the back of a loss, so we do train hard in that gym, and it's a good gym to be around.
Well, we'll let you go because I know you're going to get ready and watch Reece, obviously, get back in there. But so you crack on. I want a word with Gemma now before. So we'll see you later on, Jodie.
See you later, Jodie. Well done.
Now, obviously, you've just been commentating on your friend's fight there.
Yes.
You've just given your verdict on how she got on.
Yeah.
But I want to know a bit more about your journey now.
Yes.
Because obviously you are turning over. You've had a very distinguished amateur career.
Yeah.
You've won Youth Worlds, you've won European Golds, you've won a Commonwealth silver medal.
Yeah.
And you're turning over with 11-11 and VIP. So tell us your thought process.
So when I met Steve straight away, my trainers, so my John Stubbs and Ant for my trainers from the Tenacity gym, so all their lads are with Steve. So they've always talked very highly of Steve. But then I went down to a show and I met him, and as soon as I spoke to him, and Suresh at the same time, I knew it was just the right move for me. I trusted them. I liked what they said. Very truthful, very honest, which I think is very important. So I just knew it was a no-brainer for me to go with both of them, and I think they're going to do really good things for me. And it's got a good team around me. So I'm just excited now to obviously get going, and nights like this make it more exciting for me, and that just makes me want to be in there too.
You have that amateur pedigree. You've experienced boxing all over the world. You've done all that. And at just 23, I mean, it's a great time now for the women's side of the sport as well, isn't it? I mean, you must look at people that you know that have been on GB, that have gone on to great things now, and think, well, I want a bit of that. And it's there for the taking. You're going to campaign at Super Feather, I believe, as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, what a division.
Yeah, it's an exciting division, and obviously I have had many years in the amateurs now. I feel like I've done mostly everything that I wanted to do in the amateurs. I've got the bouts behind me, I've got the experience, so that next step was the pros. And for me, it's the right time. Like, there's nothing more exciting now than women's boxing and how strength to strength it's going. So for me, I feel like it's the right time. I'm turning over at a good time for that as well. And it's a popular weight, so it should be exciting. There should be a good fights in there. And I just can't wait to get going.
Now, you're from Scunthorpe.
Yeah, sunny Scunny.
Now, again, so you're flying the flag for Scunthorpe, for Lincolnshire.
Definitely.
We were talking before, and you mentioned Dex Spellman, who's from Scunthorpe. Great lad, fantastic campaigner. So you've got to do it now, haven't you? The baton's been passed on.
Yeah.
And what's it going to be like in terms of your town and your people, and how will they get behind you?
I think Scunthorpe it's a small town, so they definitely get behind everyone that does anything successful there. Obviously, there's not much about Scunthorpe, so whenever there's a success story, everyone loves to boost everyone on. Everyone knows, obviously, Deck, how he did for the boxing in general. So obviously now he's finished with the sport. So it is down to me now. I'm hoping to do the exact same as him, and hopefully go higher than that, and really set sail for Scunny and put Scunny on the map of it.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting journey on VIP and on Boxing News tonight, and everyone else is going to follow your journey now as well.
Thank you.
Great seeing you tonight, and
Thank you
all the very best. But we're going to crack on with the action here, because there's some incredible fights to come. There's 2 title fights at the top of the bill, of course. But the next lad you're going to see he's from Accrington, but he's based in Blackpool with a brilliant gym with Andy Abrol, Thomas Varey. He's got Jacob Murray in the other corner as well. So we'll get on with the action. Our MC is ready. The fighters are ready. Over to Phil Seymour.
And now the action continues with a line-side bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Dublin, Ireland, Jacob Murray!
turn pro straight away.
He went in at 10 stone, £5. Boxing this evening is 4th professional bout from Dublin, Ireland, Jacob and his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing pink shorts trimmed with white, he too went in at 10 stone, £5. As an amateur, he was a four-time national champion, a European gold medalist. As a professional, his record is a perfect one. 6 wins from 6 contests, 2 wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Blackpool, Thomas Varey! Your technique level is Chris O'Connor with the show referee Steve Gray from Fleetwood. This is a lightweight bout, scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go. 6 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Thomas Varey in the pink and white, and Jacob Mara of Dublin in the black and with the white belt around his shorts. Varey last time out in Blackpool at the Winter Gardens. Last fight finished with his opponent being pulled out of the fight in between rounds 2 and 3. And in round 2 it looked like he was close to getting rid of him. And an additional 30 seconds or so, I reckon he would have got the job done. Like we said in the build-up in the ring walks, from a good fighting family, lots of very good boxers. I was out in Colorado a few weeks ago covering the under-19 World Championships for World Boxing, and I believe it's his younger brother, Tom Varey, who was unlucky not to be in the finals, did extremely well. Fantastic amateur, and we look forward to seeing how he progresses as well. But you've seen Thomas Varey a few times, Lee.
Yeah, Thomas always looks sharp. 7th pro fight tonight. Mara's just standing in front of him. I don't think it's a good idea. He's already caught him some belting shots. He's coming out the southpaw stance in his 4th professional outing tonight. If I was him, I'd suggest to get on my toes and start moving a little bit. He's working right into Thomas's path. He did start as an amateur with the sharp style with Andy Abril down there in Blackpool. Multi-talented junior. Nice shot to the body there by Mara.
Talking of sharp style, that was a really nice, sharp, straight right hand there from Varey, who looks ever so relaxed, picking his shots nicely. And like I said on his ring walk, he just is so polished at 6-0. And at just 19 years old as well. He looks like he's been doing this in the pro ranks for such a long time, and he hasn't. So I guess the right move is just to pace him right, build him up, give him the right types of fights, and he could go a long way.
Yes, certainly. Just look how cool he is. You guys watching at home, 19 years of age, very mature for his age, picking shots. Lovely shot under the elbows there.
And that one under the elbow hurt Jacob Mara, because you could see just from a couple of feet away he really winced.
Good return by Mara. Get into the body. Thomas just feeling him out.
Lovely straight right hand there from Varey. Timed it well. It was textbook stuff. A good opening round there, Lee. Did plenty of good stuff, and I'm sure the corner team will be happy with how he performed in that one.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, he did all the coaching by Andy. They all listen. He gives them different, different technical stuff to different fighters, and they seem to carry it out. They all listen intently to him.
But that's one of the things, isn't it? Like, good fighters can listen and then put it into action, which isn't that easy to do, is it?
No, No, because sometimes you think you know better. The boxers think they know better, or they lose the plot. And you know, just looking on the TV there, look how cool he looks. 19 years of age, cool as a cucumber. Listen to the coaching. Ready for round 2.
Seconds out. Round 2.
The amount of talented fighters that Andy Abro and the sharp style Jim and Blackpool have produced is really quite something. It's a pretty special place. What they went on to achieve in the amateurs was phenomenal. Just national champions galore, wasn't there? Just coming out of every single corner, there was an unbelievable talent.
Yeah, it was a phenomenon. You know, when there's a sharp style fighter in there, they always went the distance, as in reached the final if they didn't win it.
What do you think about Varey's pace, Lee? Do you think he's pacing this right, or would you like to see a little bit more work from him?
I'd like to see a little bit more, Darren. I'd like to see a little, you know, I'd like to team test Mara a little bit more, perhaps get him out of there. You know, obviously, we don't know what the game plan is.
He got caught with a straight left hand there, did Varey. It was quite an overreaching one from Dublin's Jacob Mara, but it got through and just tapped him on the nose.
We didn't expect it. I don't think Thomas Varey did either. With the sharp backhand through the middle there by Varey.
Good variety of shots, or good variety of targeting from Varey. With that jab, he's going both upstairs and downstairs. And you can hear it kind of crack and thud when he lands, because he does put some venom into that. And that was a really well-timed right uppercut from Varey, Lee.
Yeah, on the way in. Mara didn't see it coming. He's marked a little bit over the left eye now. Again, catching Thomas with a backhand.
Varey just controlling that distance, always doing something, trying to land one of those big shots, but a relatively slow tempo from Varey in this, when the first couple of rounds, and this one scheduled for 6. If you're just joining us, welcome along wherever you're watching. Boxing News app, YouTube, VIP. You're joined by myself, Darren Reece, and my co-commentator is Lee Whitehead. We'll be with you for the duration of this event. Many fights still to come. Heavy right hand there from Varey. It seems, Lee, when he gets caught, it's like, not wakes him up, but makes him want to go for it a little bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's how boxing goes, though, Darren. You know, someone hits you, you do want to hit him back, but I think he's had a little, you know, I'd like to see him at a faster pace. Would you not agree?
Yeah, he's picking his shots nicely. He's doing lots of good work. He's showing us how good he is. But I reckon if he put his foot on the gas, then he could have Jacob Mara in a bit more trouble. That's for sure. What do you reckon the advice is in the red corner there?
Well, I don't know. I'd like Andy to be in the same advice you just said. Up it a little bit and let's see what he's got. Let's see if he can get Mara out of there. You know, it's a 6th round here, but why not take him out of there if he can do? What's the point of, you know, taking him along the way?
Seconds out. Round 3.
Round 3. And both fighters meet in the centre of the ring. Jacob Mara, those nice high hands, but leaving that body exposed. Dangerous place to be when you're in there with a sharp and speedy fighter like Thomas Varey. Or is he trying to get Varey to come in and go down to the body so he can try and counter him? I don't know, but let's hope we don't see too much of Mara just grabbing hold of Varey every time that he tries to do some work, because it could turn into a pretty boring and dull fight, and a frustrating one for Varey too. And just as I say it, he does it once again.
Been warned that time off the referee.
The Varey corner just shouting for him to touch him, and then let it flow. That's the advice coming from them. Just want that kind of fluency of shots, Lee.
Yeah, throw a different type of shot in, mix between head and body. A little bit, just head hunting a little bit at the moment this round. Nice jab back by Mara.
It looks like Varey's just trying to tee him up for that big shot, that big left hook, that big straight right hand, rather than break him down, isn't he? He's just going through the motions, ever so relaxed, both body and head, and just throwing the odd one or two big shot like that one to the body.
Yeah, I'd like to see more combinations, Darren, rather than the single shots.
But this round is just consisted of Thomas Varey being in full control at every moment of the round, and then just throwing those big one shots, whether that's a straight right hand or a left hook, and then the odd two shot combination. He's easily, comfortably winning the rounds, and I guess he's just doing exactly what he's being told in the corner, because Andy Abrol's telling him to touch, 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 and then let him flow. But maybe he's not letting them flow with enough punches for us ringside and for the people watching him. But the work he's doing is still good.
Spot on, Darren. Yeah, he's following the control of Andy. Andy seems to be happy with it, so the game plan's being played out just as they wanted it to be. Obviously, we're expecting a little bit more for the fans. Maybe a little bit more stoppage, a bit more flair, a bit more power.
That's certainly it. That's certainly it, because I think you need to be able to be disciplined and not get carried away and not think, oh, what would the fans want? It's about getting the job done and making sure that you are victorious, because at 19 years old, in 3 or 4 years, he could be in a position where he's 15, 16, 17-0. And that's when he could get those opportunities to fight for some proper titles and, you know, go a lot further. So that discipline is ever so important. But he's certainly coming out with a bit more aggression in this round, Lee.
He had a bit of a spring in his step. You nailed it there, Darren. Exactly right. 19 years of age. 7 professional outings tonight. I think he's got a little bit more purpose in this round.
Turns that right hand over really nicely, does Varey. Throws that right uppercut and then turns it into a right hook upstairs with such fluency. You can see it's a shot, it's a combination which he's thrown thousands and thousands of times before. It works nicely, and a couple of times he's thrown it in the last couple of rounds, Mara's been caught off guard. And that's another one he does well, is that jab upstairs and then dips his legs and then fires that straight right hand down to the body. And although he's thrown these things quite a bit, Mara hasn't sussed it out, or he's not quick enough, or he hasn't got the skills to do anything about it. Would that be fair?
Yeah, you got it bang on, Darren, yeah. But he's stuck to it a little bit now. He's threw more shots in his repertoire. He's opened up a little bit more. Before he was just throwing the same shots all the time. Now he's opened up. Maybe that was the key. Round 4. A little touch with that front hand.
He caught Mara on the way out there. Just scraped the corner of his chin with a left hook. You can see the distance that Varey wants to fight at. And that was beautiful work from Varey. That left hook to the body, one upstairs and finished it with a straight right hand. But getting back to what I was saying is, when Mara tries to make an entrance and sort of put his head on his chest, he kind of pushes him away to say, no, I'd quite like you there, thank you very much. And then he gets back to work and keeping him at bay.
Yeah, I think it's been Thomas Varey's busiest round, Darren. Best round 2. Would you agree with that?
I think that most definitely is his best round so far. He gone up just a few %. Nothing outrageous, that's for sure. But he's certainly put his foot on the gas a little bit more, and the aggression was there. And when he lets those hands go, you can imagine if he really, went to 100% just for bursts of 15, 20 seconds, he could be really, really dangerous, couldn't he?
Yeah, certainly. Totally agree. I think right from the start of round 4 there, he came out rocking and turned all round.
You see in the action replay, kind of one-way traffic, really. Varey just nice short right hand there a moment ago.
10 seconds, bonus.
And there's that combination he threw right towards the end. That lead hook to the body upstairs, then finished it with a straight right hand. More of that will be appreciated by his corner team. That jab of Varey's is really getting in the way and doing the job which it's meant to do of Mara, who just can't make his way in, because every time he tries to go in, he just gets his head snapped back with that jab, which is just ruining every intention he has of getting in there. And with all the respect in the world, Lee, Mara's just a bit of a moving punch bag at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's bleeding from the nose now as well, Darren. A cheeky little right uppercut in there.
Solid lead hook from Varey. Threw one with the right hand and followed it up with the left, and that worked well for him. Beautiful footwork as well, just stepped off that line of his left foot and then whipped the left hook round. Was nowhere to be seen. And blood is coming from the nose of Jacob Mara, the man from Dublin, who has got a seriously tough and rapid opponent in front of him, and one which he lost ideas of how to get in there with quite some time ago. Solid shot once again from Varey. Follows it up with another right hand and that lead hook to the body. Good slip and counter there, Lee. He does that well.
Yeah, total focus.
There's moments of this fight where it looks like a pad work session. Instead of pads, it's a live opponent in front of him. I don't think Jacob Mara's thrown anything back, really, other than the odd jab in that round.
I think he's scared now.
I think he has been hurt by quite a few of those shots, both head and body. Look, we've bigged up Thomas Varey, and rightly so. Mara's had a few moments throughout the fight, but none of any significance. What is it, Lee? You know, you're an ex-fighter. You've been in there in the pro ranks. We see so many fighters. Look, how many fights have you and I called now together? Probably over 50, 60. We've seen an array of fighters, haven't we? What is it about Thomas Varey, you think, which makes you think, actually, he's a bit different to some of the others? I reckon he can go a bit further.
Levels. He's 19 years of age. Looks very, very mature. He's boxing to the coaching of Andy, and he's picking the shots nicely. As he's gone through, he's waited 3 rounds. He's up to, I'm hoping the 6th round is the best round that he's done so far.
Well said, that man. Here we go, the 6th and final round of this lightweight contest. Thomas Varey out of the Andy Abrell gym in Blackpool, Sharp Style Gym. Jacob Mara coming out with a bit more of a work rate in the opening moments of this round. How long it'll last for, I don't know. Varey just staying very calm, being patient, and then landing the shots when he feels like it's the time to do so. He's really putting some effort into those right hands now. And just a couple of feet away, they are thudding. He's dipping his toes or sticking his toes into the canvas. And that was a lovely left hook there from Thomas Varey. And another one which followed.
Left hook round the beard.
You get the sense that he's starting to smell blood, and he could, with 2 minutes to go, have the intentions of getting the job done.
Looks like he's followed the plan. I think that's the aim here, Durnan. It's a 6-round stoppage here by the look of it. Mara looking marked up now.
The corner team of Thomas Varey just screaming for him to go forward and get the work done, because every time Jacob Mara gets hold of him, Andy Abrell is screaming to push him off and get back to your work. And that's exactly what he's doing. Heavy shot after heavy shot, one after another.
I think this is his first 6-rounder, Darren.
Well, maybe that was always the plan, just to pace those rounds out, make sure you can do it. The proof is in the pudding, and then if you feel if you've got your fighter ready for the taking, then you do it.
He's got the round under his belt. Slackened off a bit this last round. That's 45 seconds. Lovely screw shot there to the left.
There was a right hook which Varey landed, and it lifted the left leg off the floor of Jacob Mara. I'm telling you now, that one really got through. Well, he didn't get the stoppage, but he certainly went for it in that 6th and final round. A lot more than he did in the 5 previous rounds, but 6 rounds in the bank. I'm sure they worked on many a thing in that fight, stuff which they would have been drilling over and over again for weeks or even months in the training ground, as it were. But a good performance from young Thomas Varey.
A great performance. He really ups it. You know, we've got that 60-54, Darren.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, every round.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think the plan, you know, get the first 3 out of the way. Round 4, he picked it up and edged it up, and you know, his shoulder could do 6 rounds quite easily now. Credit to Jacob Mara though, he stuck in there, he earned his money. He looks a bit worse for wear, a bit marked up around the eyes, the nose, the lips.
He certainly did, and just looking at Jacob Mara, he goes over to Thomas Varey, gives him a pat on the back and says, well done. But let's get the official score from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, can you please put your hands together for both boxers? After 6 rounds of lightweight action, we go to referee Steve Gray's scorecard. He scores the contest 60 points to 54 points in favour of your winner. From Blackpool, Thomas Varey!
Well, there we go, as expected. Thomas Varey moves on in his professional career. 6 rounds in the bank. A solid win, some good noise from his supporters who have travelled here to Bolton to watch him. And I'm sure there'll be plenty that they can look back and be like, yep, that worked well. That's what we worked on. You did lots of that. Next time, we'll do this, that and the other, because that is exactly what these fights are about, Lee.
Yeah, it's a learning fight early days. He's 19 years of age, said once again, Darren, and a great polished, mature performance for a 19-year-old. Well done, Thomas Varey.
Well, a conveyor belt of fights tonight, and let's move on to the next one.
Next we come to a featherweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to him firstly from Middleton, Manchester, Steve Livewire Maguire.
Well, here we go, bout 5 of the evening here in Bolton, in the blue shorts with the Ireland flag on one side and the England flag on the other side is Steve Livewire Maguire, an experienced away corner fighter, but still looked up for it when they announced him into the ring. Loved that energy. And from Chorley, in the red shorts with the black trim, is Corey Scott, who's looking to get straight down to business here and doing some good work in the opening part of this round, Lee.
Yeah, I saw Corey in his debut against Sean Jackson in September. Nice solid performance here. I thought rushed it a little bit. Oh, great uppercut there.
Really good right uppercut, and Maguire didn't quite know what he was hit with then, and he lost balance for just a moment. And Scott looking to put on a performance which people will remember.
Maguire's been stopped 9 times in his 51 defeats. The 38-year-old from Middleton, Manchester.
Good defensive work from Scott so far, just parrying that jab nicely and then timing his own attack well as well.
Maguire putting his head down, susceptible for the uppercut.
But he got caught with it just 30 seconds ago or more, didn't he? Really got caught with it as well. So that'll give Scott the confidence and the knowledge to know that he can catch him with that. And he catches him with it once again with a left hook just before it.
He's leaning forward with his head. You guys watching at home. Again, Scott catching him with the uppercut.
Livewire Maguire just overreaching as he goes in, and Corey Scott making him pay for it every time he does so. It was a good right hand upstairs. Didn't quite land clean, but it was almost more of a push than it was a punch. But you can see why Corey Scott has won many a national, won national titles and kind of area titles as an amateur. The foundations are there already, aren't they, Lee?
Yeah, he did his work as a junior. 4 North West Championships, and the national champion. Yeah, you know, and he's still only is he 19? Sorry, 22.
22 years old. Yep.
My fault. Apologies for that, folks. He's put the work in the Jennings gym. Listen to former, champion in the corner, Michael Jennings. Dave Jennings giving advice too. I apologise for a frog in the throat.
Well, round 2, this one scheduled for 4 in the featherweight division. Corey Scott, good body and head movement there. And that was a solid right hook which he landed just above our commentary position here, and he looks like he is absolutely going for the stoppage in this fight, but he's only got 4 rounds to do it in a man who has only been stopped 9 times in 56 bouts and been in there with some good people. So if he can get it done, then that will be quite a statement for a fighter in just their 2nd professional outing. Sinking in that right hook over and over again is Scott.
Livewire moving forward though, he's having to go himself.
Referee John Latham just having a word with live wire Maguire about something. I think it was to do with the way that he was pushing him off using his forearm or something like that. It wasn't quite clear. But the experience, the way corner fighter, oh, well, the action will stop because the lighting has just gone out in here. So we'll just wait for that to be resolved, and then the action will be back underway. I've seen this before a few times actually, but obviously the fight can't go ahead because it's not safe to do so, because quite clearly they can't see each other. It's like you and I having a fight in the dark. For any football fans out there, I'm a Pompey fan, and any Millwall fans watching who travelled to Fratton Park on Tuesday night, listen to this. I don't know if you know this story, but we got time to tell it because there's no light, and it goes in nicely. So everyone's in the stadium at Fratton Park at my team Pompey Stadium, and then the floodlights go out, and there's a problem with the substation outside, and they thought they were going to get it back on. Anyway. They couldn't get it back on in time.
It's gone off.
So they had to call the, I was going to say the fight off, at Millwall it could have been, but they had to call the football off because the last train wouldn't have got all the Millwall fans home. And about 7,000 or 8,000 of them had made their way to Fratton Park. And it's not, it's not down the road. This is South London to the south coast.
You want Millwall hanging about in Portsmouth all night, wouldn't
No,
you?
exactly. Certainly wouldn't. But anyway, is there an electrician? Any electricians in the crowd?
It seems to be a bit of a bang when it went,
You sure it wasn't your wallet?
No, that's still in my pocket.
Well, apologies for the unforeseen circumstances of the lights going out. It's probably someone just turning it off who's tight and says, can work without them. The fighters won't want this, I know that for sure. Corey Scott just shadow boxing in the corner just above us, and the corner will just be telling him to stay focused and carry on doing what he was doing before with that explosive style, that aggressive style of his. I can't remember the last time this happened, but it has happened before. It has happened before. It might have happened at York Hall, the spiritual home of British boxing. And as we're on boxing news, I'm going to give it a plug. About 4 or 5 years ago, I made an audio documentary about York Hall, the spiritual home of British boxing. Have you been? Have you been to York Hall?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times. Yeah.
Fantastic venue. For those of you who haven't been, and for those of you who have been, you will know how good that venue is. It's like a bubbling cauldron because there's a balcony, a bit like there is here, but not quite the same, which goes around the venue. And when you sit it, you feel like you can touch the fighters. That's what it's like. And you can hear the woos behind us because the lights above us are just starting to come back on. They're brightening up. But yeah, that boxing news. Oh, here we go. The lights are getting brighter and brighter. So hopefully the action will resume fairly soon. John Latham just getting the nod from the British Boxing Border Control supervisor, who will say yay or nay to whether this is acceptable for it to keep going. I'm not sure what it looks like on your screens. But here we go, we're back to action. Thank you very much for your patience, people. The power cut is over. And Corey Scott in the second round is kicking things off like he hasn't had a break at all. He
stayed warm, stayed on his toes.
It was a few minutes as well, wasn't it? Good right hands there from Corey Scott. who's really going for it, and he's got live wire Maguire on the ropes, who is hanging on for dear life.
And live Maguire, not much of a guard there, just taking a few punches. Scott definitely looking for the finish here.
He is, and as Maguire throws that straight shot, these are great shots from Corey Scott, who is really going for it now, just above our commentary position. And I wouldn't be surprised if John Latham starts to have a think about calling this off, because over and over again Scott is landing with big, horrible, vicious, unforgiving shots, body and head, and you can see around the ribs of Steve Maguire that he is reddening, but he is showing the referee that he's still in this fight because he's fighting back. But there is still plenty of time left in this round. Another big haymaker of a right hook, followed by a left hook, and those woos and woes and ahs from the crowd tell you everything which you need to know.
Referee Latham is having a look now.
That was a lovely left hook to the body from Corey Scott, and that delay didn't do too many problems for Corey Scott, and he got back to business. He is all action, isn't he, Mr. Whitehead?
Yeah, all action. Same as his first fight, all action. He's looking for the stoppage here. And Stevie, live wire Maguire, still in there, the 38-year-old. John Latham having a close look though, Darren, to see what was going on.
He certainly was. Referees need to see that you're all right and you're still in the fight. They are there. Their job is, one, obviously, to make sure that the fight is being fought to the rules of the British Boxing Board of Control, that the fight is fluent. It's what people are here to see. It's, you know, it's boxing. Not here to stand around and talk to each other. But his job is to make sure that they're safe. And there was moments when Scott was unleashing a barrage of shots, which he looked unsafe in, didn't he?
Yeah, certainly. I think he was going to go down at one time, but it withstood it all. It's round 3 of 4.
I tell you what, there must be some boxing fans in Chorley, because every time I go to any form of boxing event and there's a Chorley fighter on, they are the loudest in the room. Jack Catchell versus Regis Prograis, my goodness, did they make some noise, and they're making some noise here for Corey Scott in his second professional outing, who's looking good, who's looking vicious. You can see him just trying to get around to the side of Maguire and land those big, horrible body shots, which he throws ever so well. I'll tell you what, Lee, Maguire has earned his money tonight, no matter what, hasn't he?
He's doggedly sticking to the task.
Anyway, I didn't tell you where you could listen to that Your Call podcast. It's on the Boxing News podcast feed. And make sure, while we're talking about podcasts, you also check out the VIP Bell to Bell podcast with Steve Lillis and John Evans. Last couple of weeks have been really good. We've had Brad Ray and Zelfa Barrett. And another one will be out this Tuesday on wherever you get your podcasts. But here comes Corey Scott, who's relentless in this third round, non-stop going for Maguire. And I feel like he's still got some good pace about him, still got some good tempo, but he used a lot of energy in that second round, didn't he, Lee?
Yep, he did, and he's still maintaining the fitness. Maguire's marching forward though. I'd like to see Corey throw a little uppercut as he comes forward. Maguire though just keeps marching on, Darren. He's having to go back.
He is, and Lee, do you think that the shot which Scott could throw a bit more is that right uppercut, because Maguire leads and leans in with his head, doesn't he?
Yeah, I said that for the first round. When he caught him in the first one, all the time he leans forward. You know, it's only his second pro fight. We need to be looking at what mistakes the opposition was making and capitalising on it.
The last few seconds of this third round, scheduled for 4 in the featherweight division. And Corey Scott is making sure that people remember him. He has had one gear in this fight, and that is forward until the lights went out. And excuse the segue, but he's trying to turn the lights out of Steve Livewire Maguire.
But Steve Maguire's having none of it, just keeps marching forward.
These away corner fighters, you've got to think that sometimes they must wake up, depending on who they fought and how the fight went. And if you got rid of their memory for 24 hours, they might not even know that they were in a fight. But other times, when you fight someone like Corey Scott, they must wake up and be like, oh, ribs hurt, head hurts, arms hurt, hands hurt.
He's not even taking the stool, having a rest. He's not even sitting down.
Fair play to him. Tougher than I am, that's for sure. Good venue this, first time for me in the Bolton Whites Hotel. Quite a regular place for boxing. Steve Wood, a VIP, puts many a show on here. And I can see why, because he's busy, really busy looking round.
Good
Plenty of people.
Good venue too, Darren. Good view for all.
It is, but nobody's got a better view than you and I, Lee, and those of you watching at home.
Yeah, you can see the back of my head.
You lucky people. But here comes Corey Scott in the 4th round. Oh, that was a really nice right hand, and then just dipped to his left-hand side and threw a left hook afterwards. Right, I'm going to test you now. Give me one thing which you think Corey Scott is amazing at, and one thing you think he needs to work on.
He's amazing at.
Come on.
His work rate.
Give the kid some props. In work rate, he's got a very good work rate. What about the thing you would like to see him do better in his next fight?
Maybe just take his time a little bit more. Have a little look. Have a little look. He's done the amateur route, knows what to do, you know, maybe move off a little bit, pick his shots a little bit, but look like Thomas Varey did in the previous fight.
I'll tell you what, I never saw Corey Scott in the amateurs, but I wonder what his style was like, because he looks man-made for the pro ranks, doesn't he?
All action.
A lot of the amateur Olympic style boxing is that light on your toes, bouncing in and out, 1-2s, 1-2-3s, making the judge know that you're the one, or making the judges know that you've landed the more clean, effective shots. But Corey Scott is just about fighting in close range, throwing big shot after big shot, head and body, body and head.
That's him on the inside there, looking for the uppercut. Followed by the hook. There's the hook.
Good right hand, overhand right, and followed it up with the left hook, did Chorley's Scott.
Great work by Corey again. He's into the last 10, sorry.
Well, Corey Scott finished the round well, and finished the round in the same way in which he fought throughout all 4 rounds in this featherweight contest. The lights went out. There was a few minutes where he had to keep himself focused, keep himself warm, and maybe it was those lights going out and giving Steve Livewire Maguire a nice rest, which kept him in it a little bit more. Who knows?
Yeah, but let's take it off to Steve Livewire Maguire. Marching about there, he's not finished. The journeyman earned his money tonight.
He absolutely did. Well, we know which way this one is going, and let's get the official announcement, the scores from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, please show your short we go to referee John Lincoln spoke out. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 points in favour of your winner. From Charlie,
Well, the chants of Chorley, Chorley, Chorley ring around the Premier Suite here in Bolton, and those who paid their hard-earned money to come and watch their mate, their man, their family member, whoever, Corey Scott, are proud as punch of that performance. And as he stands in the ring, getting his picture taken, a big smile fills his face, and rightly so.
Yeah, win number 2 for Corey Scott.
And now we come to a bantamweight contest scheduled for 4 preliminary rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Manchester, Sean Jackson. Professional contest from Manchester, Sean Jackson. And his opponents across the ring in the red corner, in purple and black Sean T-Wing at 8 stone, 11 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 2 wins from 2 contests. The fighting pride of Warrington, Imad. He's going down in Sheffield, the bout will be spelled outside of the ring by Steve Gray. This is a bantamweight bout scheduled for 4 minutes.
Well, here we go, bout 6 of the evening, and Imad Naseeb in the black shorts with the blue and purple at the bottom. Quite an entrance from him, and Sean Jackson of Manchester in the grey shorts with the gold trim. Joined by Mike Gormley, once again, former super middleweight contender. And a nice fast-paced start here for Imad Naseeb.
Yeah, something you'd expect from these bantamweights. Obviously at the lower weights you tend to get a little bit more energy out of him. You spend a little bit more, usually an exciting fight. Sean Jackson in the away corner, 27 defeats on his record. Obviously no wins, but he's never been stopped, this kid. Good durable character, so he's a good test for Imad Naseeb. Naseeb bringing a large support with him tonight, as you say, Darren. It was a nice entrance, good fancy entrance. Let's hope he can, his performance lives up to his entrance.
It was certainly lively, and he looked full of confidence as he made his way to the ring. Here we go in the opening rounds. Naseeb looking to control the pace, the tempo, and some good work already. But Jackson, an experienced fighter on the road, and will make life very difficult for him. The referee's got to pull him apart in a minute.
Yeah, a little bit of a clash of style. Southpaw against orthodox. Jackson being a southpaw.
Jackson being clever there on the referee's blind side, just gripping hold of the left hand of Imad Naseeb and keeping hold of it. Like we keep saying, these guys know every trick in the book and they will use them.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's down to the home fighter or prospect, or you know, whatever you want to call it, in the home corner. It's their job basically to break down these away fighters. They've got to work them out, these experienced kids, and try and do a number on them basically. But I'm sure Jackson will have something to say about that in this contest. He's no pushover, good durable kid. As you said, Darren, he knows all the tricks in the book. Getting a little bit messy there inside.
The referee looks like he's getting a bit fed up of all of the holding, and I guess the word to sum up that round, probably for Imad Naseeb more than anybody, and maybe the referee as well, is frustrating, Mike.
Yeah, it can be frustrating. As you say, Jackson's a clever character. He'll tie you up, he'll hold, he'll mess you around, but you know, this is all experience for these up-and-coming prospects. They've got to work it out, and they've got to try and do a number on these kids. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is any nonsense in there, the referee will sort it out.
Ten seconds, brothers. Seconds out. Round two.
Well, before that round started, I don't know if you picked up on it on the microphones for you guys at home, but the referee just gave some very clear instructions, looked at both of them in the eyes and said, stop holding. So hopefully that will be the end of that malarkey, as Naseeb just comes out of that aggressive style.
Yeah, Jackson's probably the one more likely to hold. As I say, he would be likely to be on the defensive as opposed to maybe being on the attack.
Hard to read is Imad Naseeb, isn't he? He's busy with that left hand of his, and he also switches stance quite a bit as well. Not the easiest fighter to work out what's going to come with someone like him, is it?
No, yeah, he just switched a little bit. He's a little bit awkward, but I'm sure Jackson's seen all this before. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you're looking at Naseeb, he looks a little bit frustrated, you know, by his expression on his face. Just got to be patient, basically.
Naseeb's got to be careful of Jackson's straight left hand. He throws it well. He rides the punches on those ropes. I think just that left hand in general, and he does throw it in a quite explosive manner. And the last thing you want to do when you've been doing such good work is walk into a shot like that.
Yeah, as you were saying there, Jackson threw that over on left as well, but he just missed, luckily enough for Naseeb. Getting a little bit scrappy at times, Darren. I'm sure the referee's going to only put up with so much.
Indeed, styles make fights. Sometimes they're great, sometimes not so much. Imad Naseeb made his professional debut a year ago tomorrow. And here he is in his third professional fight. And a frustrating one so far. It's all part of the tactics though, isn't it, Mike? Is frustrate him, stop him from doing his best work. And ultimately, Jackson's plan will be to reduce how many times he gets hit. Simple as that. Basically,
yeah. I mean, that's all Jackson wants to do, really. You know, I said in previous fights, Jackson will want to come and survive. You know, he want to get through these rounds and then move on to his next one. He wants to be fighting every week. These away kids want to be fighting every week. So he'll make it as frustrating as possible for Naseeb. You know, he'll try and do as little as possible, make it awkward and come out of there safe. But, you know, Naseeb's not doing too bad of a job, but he can be getting a little bit frustrated. You can see in his face at times.
How tiring is it, Mike, when you've got someone who's grabbing hold of you and leaning all their weight on you? Does it zap your energy levels?
It does, yeah. When you're wrestling about, you're trying to get them off. You are exerting energy there. It's obviously easier when you stood off punching. But when you're wrestling about, you are exerting energy. And Jackson will be used to that more than Naseeb. It's just about Naseeb being patient and staying off. You know, try not to get too close to Jackson. Try and pick his punches. Just as he's doing there, you know, work his way in. Don't get too close. Better work from Naseeb.
Good catch and counter from Naseeb as well. That straight left hand of Jackson's come flying towards him. He caught that and just threw that jab back immediately. The sort of thing you would have drilled in the gym over and over and over again.
Yeah, ref giving Jackson a little bit of a talking to there, which I totally agree with. He's, you know, he's spoiling the fight really, all this grabbing and holding. Again, better work from Naseeb when he's working from the outside, picking his shots.
He's a real tricky customer, is Sean Jackson. He's hard to hit. He does throw an explosive left hand, whether that's a hook, overhand, or a straight shot. What sort of advice would you be giving to Imad Naseeb? Try and keep him in one place?
Basically, yeah. I'd just be keeping that half a step away and using his long-range shots. Don't get too close. When Jackson comes in to step in and hold, just take half a step back. And if he keeps doing that and Jackson tries to hold, then the referee, I'm sure he's going to step in and give Jackson an official warning. I don't think Jackson's he's not really doing anything wrong. He's not doing too much wrong. It's just Naseeb just needs to stay that half a step away, basically. It's a lovely screw shot there by Jackson. Lead uppercut.
It's better work from Naseeb, this is. Body and head got through with a couple of those lead hooks there. And those who have brought a ticket from him are making some noise, trying to give him the encouragement and energy to keep doing more of the good work which he's been doing.
Yeah, as soon as he starts to have a little bit of success in the season and gets in close, Jackson just holds on, basically. Just as I say that, Jackson's got him in the headlock. You know, you can train to your heart's content in the gym. You can basically do what you want. On pad works good, bag works good, everything goes to plan. And you get in with a character like Jackson and sort of everything goes out the window. You've got to start thinking on your feet and kind of change your game plan, basically.
You're right, and the conversations which I've had with fighters over the years, when you speak to them about the tricky customers, the awkward, difficult fighters which they fought on their way up, when they're in those fights later on in their career, they reflect back on those moments, don't they? If they're being tied up by somebody, they remember that fight that he had with Sean Jackson on that night in Bolton and what they did about it. They've been there, they've done it, they've got that experience. And what these journeyman, away corner fighters, whatever you want to call them, do is they set you up so that nothing is new necessarily when you reach that kind of next level in your career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you kind of revert back to that. It's like going back to that game plan again. You know, you look where you made your mistakes last time, and then you move on from that. But yeah, these are all good tests for these fighters. You've got to go through these, because if you don't, later on when it comes to title fights or longer fights, you're going to come unstuck. So exactly what you're saying, Darren. Yeah.
Naseeb digging those right hands into the body well. When he's got Jackson on the ropes, he's doing a good job of landing those closing shots, coming round, driving the right uppercuts up. But the problem he seems to have is keeping him in one place.
Jackson at times throws some decent quality combinations. You know, he doesn't throw enough of them, but I don't think he's actually you don't necessarily come here to win. If you see the opportunity, of course they will, but they are here to test, and Jackson's certainly testing Naseeb in this one.
He is. He just switched stance again and turning on a bit himself, and you do get the sense that at times Jackson, if he wanted to, could go up and down the gears a little bit more. Good right hand by Naseeb, followed by that left hook to the body. Just a couple of feet away from us.
Yeah, you can see Jackson there just soaking them up, waiting for his opportunity, basically. I'm sure this is. I've seen Jackson a few times, and it's pretty much seen what he's done in his previous fights. Haven't seen all 27, but I guess this is his style, and this is what he does. This is what he's done with 27 fights, and that's why he's never been stopped, basically.
Yeah, you're bang on, nail on head. I called a fight which he had a few months ago in Birmingham. He fought Bradley Thompson, who is Liam Davies' younger brother. And he hit him with everything and the kitchen sink for all 4 rounds. And he was going nowhere, was Sean Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, some of these kids don't get the... Not respect, credit, really. They don't get the credit they deserve. These are tough kids. These are coming in with some big, talented guys, and they do that. They're prepared to do that to earn a living.
A good bit of respect between the two fighters at the end. Jackson just smiling away there. Loves what he does, and that is the most important thing. But Imad Naseeb will cruise to 3-0. Maybe cruise is the wrong word, because he did have it all his own way in there. That's probably the right thing to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that, Darren. Naseeb, I think it looks a little bit frustrated, but they're the fights you need. They're the tests you need. You don't really go in there and, you know, blowing kids away. First round, second round stoppages, you know, for 10 fights, 20 fights. These are learning fights. Steve Jackson's a kid, he'll take you through your paces. You will learn from these fights.
You will, but let's get the official score from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, can you please put your hands together for both boxers? This battle was scored outside of the ring. So after Warren's action, we go to Steve Gray's scorecard. He scores the contest at 40 points to 36 points in favour of your winner, the fighting pride of Warrington,
Well, here comes the drums again. Big support for Imad Naseeb in here, and big celebrations will follow. We will be moving on to our 7th bout of the evening, now that all the pictures are done, and we'll get straight onto it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a light heavyweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly, originally from Rome, Italy, now based in London, England, the Roman Eagle, Victor Edagha.
4 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. The debut of Troy Gallagher out of Lancashire, trained by Stonehand's Bob Howard in the black shorts with the blue and grey shiny sequel. And a man in the opposite corner from Italy, but out of South London these days, Southwark, Victor Edagha, who throughout that ring walk of Troy Gallagher's was completely and utterly emotionless, not a sign of anything. But Gallagher nice and composed in the first few moments of this opening round of his debut, which is good to see, bouncing in and out on those toes and throwing a good selection of shots already, Mike.
Yeah, I've not seen Gallagher before. It's his pro debut. Don't know much about his amateur career, but yeah, it's a good start from him. He's a nice tall kid, good stiff jab. And you know, when this fight was made and I saw the match-up, I thought he's got his hands full here. Gallagher, because Edagha is just a nightmare to fight, basically. He's usually very negative. He's awkward. And as you say, he's emotionless. It's hard to read him, but looks like Edagha's trying to make a contest of it.
He is. He finds himself on the back foot. Troy Gallagher certainly controlling the fight on his front foot as he just tries to steer him off guard with that jab and catch him with whatever shot is swirling around his mind. He's had good sparring on the lead up to his pro fight in that Tyson Fury gym in Moorcroft with Bob Howard and with Matt Catterall as well. I know he's been sparring with the likes of Tommy Fury and many of the other good fighters that they've got in and around that gym and in the area. And of course, when you're training alongside a former heavyweight champion in the world, you can pick up some tips and tricks along the way. But Edagha is doing his absolute utmost to make this a difficult night's work for him.
Yeah, well, I think Gallagher's got a game plan, and he seems to be sticking that. He doesn't look frustrated, you know. As I say, Edagha is awkward. Gallagher watching his feet. He's got good foot movement. I think he's got technically he looks very, very good. The switching styles there. Stances Gallagher. Now he's back to orthodox. Do you know what, Darren, to be fair, that was probably the best round I've seen at Adaga on the offensive, basically. Yeah.
Well, it must be something to do with people making their debuts, because as he made his ring walk, I told you that he's only ever stopped one person who was making their debut. So maybe he's a bit of a party pooper, but he was hardly negative, was he? Although he was on the back foot, but I think Gallagher was the person in control of making sure that he was on the back foot.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, Edagha seems to be, like you say, it could be that he likes taking people's O's, basically, and or the debutants. So yeah, I was sort of impressed with Edagha, but even more impressed with Gallagher. It was a good first round.
Round two of this one, scheduled for 4 in the light heavyweight division. Troy Gallagher making his debut if you've just joined us, and my goodness, has he brought a crowd along with him, because there is some noise behind us here at the Tough Sheet Community Stadium. Well disciplined performance so far. Hasn't got carried away, hasn't smothered his work.
Yeah, he's just keeping that half a step away. He's not getting involved too much. He's trying to box his way, which is the best thing with Edagha. Because I think if you get close to Edagha, typical journeyman style, he will try and grab you and hold you and mess you around a little bit. which I'm quite surprised so far that Adaga hasn't sort of reverted to those tactics.
Well, his supporters are doing him proud, making a lot of noise for him here tonight. Oh, I tell you what, Adaga's going for it, isn't he?
He certainly
is.
Yeah,
he's swinging some wild hooks.
He's looking very aggressive tonight and very positive.
Gallagher just needs to make sure those hands are nice and high, and he's ready to bob and weave and get out of the way of those big wild shots.
Yeah, Adaga's definitely not come to make the numbers up tonight. He's in there to make it competitive, which is good to see.
Nice straight left hand to the body, thrown from that southpaw stance of Troy Gallagher. Just dipped the knees of Victor Edagha.
Under the 9th fight tonight from Adaga, so he's a very experienced kid. That's why I'm surprised at the match-up, but that's how much confidence they've got in Gallagher.
I can see why they've got the confidence. He does a lot of stuff very well. Looks solid.
He does the basics well, Darren. If you do the basics well, then you can only progress from there. You know, you've got to have the basics down to a T, and Gallagher's got those.
I said to Lee Whitehead when we were commentating on a fight last week when Brad Ray topped the bill in Bolton, that Barry Jones, former world champion, always says about how he loves a fighter who quite simply boxes with their hands up. And there's not that many fighters who do that these days, are there?
There aren't, no. And I totally agree. I prefer to see someone there with the hands up, throwing straight shots, simple hooks, uppercuts, rather than be flashy and throwing punches from the waist. And again, each to their own. People like different things. People like a bit of entertainment. I like a good old traditional hands up, get in there, get stuck in, and you don't get the job done.
I agree. I do like a fighter who does the basics well and sticks to them as well. Nice high hands as Troy Gallagher, just gauging that distance as well as he possibly can with an awkward, quite wild fighter in Victor Edagha.
Yeah, these fighters can be dangerous like that, especially Edagha. He's a big lad. He looks like a big, strong lad.
Great left hook there from Gallagher. Do you want to see him just follow up on those a little bit more, Mike? Lands a good shot, but then kind of leaves it there.
Yeah, that's it. Back to what we were saying before, 2s and 3s instead of single shots, or 1s and 2s, 2s and 3s. And when you see the opening, just up the pace a little bit, then you can step off. You can take a step back, have another little look. He's not getting carried away with Gallagher, is he? He's got a great support here. They're right behind us at ringside, but he's not getting carried away. He's sticking to his job, and he's just still doing the basic stuff, and he's being successful with that.
Adaga almost trying to taunt Gallagher just with those facial expressions and that juttery style of his, encouraging him with his footwork and the way that he's moving around the ring to just follow him around. And that is what Gallagher is doing. But as he does it, he's throwing that good stab to the body like he did then, and follows it up with a right hand upstairs.
Yeah, Adaga was quite elusive there. Some good work from Gallagher, but Adaga was rolling a few punches, slipping a few punches. Just a little slip at the end of it.
And Matt Cattle and Bob Howard in the corner screaming for Gallagher to go to the body.
See the basic stuff there, Darren. You know, if you can touch him with that left hand, then you can follow up with something. Then, as long as you touch him with that left hand, then it's the basic stuff. Other punches will follow. The basic punches will follow.
And I guess, Mike, that's just about the experience, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also the confidence as well, that knowing that if you can land, you can throw a second shot and a third shot. Simply not just doing that one punch is enough. You know, you have to. These guys are fit guys. You know, they train for these 4 rounds, so there's no reason why you can throw the 2s and the 3s. But that again, that comes with experience. But so far, good performance by Gallagher. I think he's taken all 3 rounds, Darren.
Yeah, comfortably taken the 3 rounds so far. Lots to like about him. And if he does manage to get the job done in his 4th round, I tell you what, Mike, this crowd behind us are going to erupt, aren't they? Because they're getting very excited, and rightly so, because there's an emotional connection to the person fighting in the ring.
Yeah, you know what I'm also pleased with as well, that Adaga has actually come tonight to put on a performance himself. So he's made it competitive, and it makes the victory. I'm pretty sure Gallagher, we've obviously got a round to go, but if Gallagher gets the victory, then you know it'll be an impressive one, basically.
Nice reflexes from Gallagher, just dodging that jab and the lead hook which was thrown before. If any, Mike, which shot do you think Edagha is open to?
I think he's probably open to a left hook.
And just as you say it, on cue he lands one.
And he happened to slip under that. He just, you know, both hands are quite low.
Oh, nice right hand over the top there from Gallagher, landed on the temple of Edagha.
You know, if he just touches him there like he's doing, touch him with the left hand there, drop a right hand downstairs, and come up with the left hook over the top.
It's been a consistent performance this from Troy Gallagher. A good debut. He's kept the tempo up, he's kept the work rate up. He's been consistent with the work which he's done. He hasn't got sloppy, even though he will be tired now. The adrenaline would have taken most of that energy away.
Yeah, it's having that extra round. You know, he's used to doing 3 rounds in the amateurs. Now he's gone up a round, 4th round. People don't think it makes that much of a difference, but you know, it certainly does. But you train for that, and then you move up, you do the 4-round circuit, and then you move up to the 6, and then onwards and upwards. But it's been a competitive fight. I think the fans have got value for money in this fight already.
I have, and props to Victor Edagha for that as well. Good stab to the body with that left hand from Gallagher, who's been switching stance a fair bit in this 4th and final round. "30 seconds or so left to go in this debut for Troy Gallagher.
Yeah, so what Gallagher's doing now, that left hand, he's just touching that left hand, he's leaving it out, and what you do then, you see Edagha's reaction to that left hand, and you counter, you see what he's doing, and then you counter.
But just a slip there for Troy Gallagher, and that is the end of Troy Gallagher's debut. I'm sure it would have been something he's been looking forward to immensely for a long time, like anyone making their professional debut. When you box as a kid and you're an amateur, I tell you what, he will remember this for the rest of his life. Big smiles and fist pumps all round.
You know what, that's the sort of the best grounding you can have, that with someone like Adaga. I'm glad Adaga turned up tonight. I'm glad he made it competitive. He had a little bit of success at times himself, but you could see the difference in quality there from Gallagher, and yeah, very impressed with his debut.
Well, the Gallagher fans continue to sing behind us, loving it every single moment. The person they came to see put on the performance they wanted. Once Gallagher's got his gloves off, we will get the fighters together, which Steve Gray is urgently trying to do, because we've still got plenty of boxing to go. Right, well, let's head over to our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, a really entertaining bout. Please show your appreciation for both boxers. After 4 rounds of light heavyweight action, we go to the referee Steve Gray's scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 points in favour of your winner. On debut,
Well, big noise inside tonight for that decision. All 4 rounds on his professional debut. Troy Gallagher has done himself and his people proud. He can enjoy the rest of his evening, because he is now a 1-0 professional boxer.
And now we go to a super lightweight round scheduled for 6 reunion rounds. We welcome to the University of boxer originally from Ukraine, now based in London, Ricardo Soters.
Possibly think of.
Yeah, he started off at winning 1, losing 2. Then he's ended up becoming a journeyman. Always given a tough fight. Ukrainian from Canning Town.
originally from Ukraine, now based in London, Soters. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, bring white shorts trimmed with red and gold, he weighed in at 10 stone, 10 pounds. From 21 professional contests, his record, he's 18 wins and just 3 defeats, 6 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a former 2-time undefeated English champion from Doncaster, Reece Mould. Your timekeeper is Chris O'Connor, witness. Your referees John Lagan and Fary. This is a super lightweight bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Seconds out. Bravo.
Well, here we go. The return of Reece Mould, who's only lost to very good established fighters. Lee Wood was another one which was it was a good fight, really good fight. He's been up there in some high profile fights, has Mould, and he'd be very much looking to show Reece Mould 2.0 in here as he fights Mikhailo Soters of the Ukraine, now fighting out of Canning Town. Mould in the red, white and gold, Soters in the blue and with the black boots.
Yeah, I've seen Soters a few times, doesn't really offer much, just keeps plodding forward, Darren. Perfect for Reece, I think, to re-establish himself back in the championship for him.
Never in a boring fight is Mould. Whenever I see him on a fight schedule, I always look forward to watching him. He's one of those fighters. It looks like Mould already just testing a few things out. Just threw that overhand right. Got Josh Warrington in his corner, former world champion himself, some mega nights he's had. Another man never in a boring fight.
Reece just doing his work and moving on. Referee's telling him to keep up a bit.
Mould just looking to be going through the motions in this opening round of this one, scheduled for 6, and that was some good work there, both head and body. He really puts his shots together nicely. A very tidy fighter.
Lovely counter left hook on the way in.
Snappy, wasn't it?
Very, very sharp.
Well, Mould caught Soters with a left hook at the end of that round, and it was quite fascinating just to watch his reaction. It's like it kind of stopped him in his tracks for about half a second, and then he remembered that, like where he was, and then just cracked on with it. He is a tough man, is the man from Ukraine.
Yeah, he's a tough man. His stance and guard are all over the place, but he just keeps marching forward, Darren. If you look at his feet, he just plods on. He's not the perfect boxer or anything, but he's the ideal journeyman. Just a tough team man.
He is indeed. And Muld is a fighter who Josh Warrington has always spoken about highly.
10 seconds.
Plenty of interviews, and when he's been fighting, he's always said a lot of good things about him. There's a lot of belief in Reece Mould in that gym, in that corner.
Good footwork by Reece Mould, moving forwards and backwards. Nice tight guard too.
Muld got through with a couple of straight shots there, right through the middle of the guard of Michaelo Soters.
Lovely jab.
Nice work with that jab. Body and head, both getting through comfortably. Soters letting his hands go, but Muld nowhere to be seen as he throws them.
Straight shots there by Muld. Softer doesn't block many.
He certainly takes a fair few of them, both to the body and to the head. I've seen him a few times. He's been absolutely walloped with shots, and you think, hang on a minute, why isn't this guy going down?
Right on cue, a big backhand through the middle. Lovely jab again by Muld. Softish just keeps coming.
Throws that overhand right well, does Reece Mould. Got some good technique to it. And if he lands clean, that'll do some damage, that shot. The Soters land a good right hand to the body there, underneath the jab of Mould's. So Lee, Reece Mould just going through the motions there. Do you feel like this fight, or his intentions are about just getting back into winning ways, trying a few new things out, because he is coming off a couple of losses, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you're right, Darren. Yeah, he's trying things out. He's going through the motions. He's throwing the straight shots, the hooks, the uppercuts. I think he's looking good, to be fair.
He's putting his shots together nicely. He's fluent with it. There's good rhythm, isn't there?
Yeah, rhythm. He's stepping out the way. He's doing a good job of rebuilding, and we'll have a look what he's got to offer us in the future.
10 seconds, Crowders. Seconds out. Round 3.
Well, round 3, this one scheduled for 6 in the super lightweight division. And Muld straight away landed with that jab, and the sweat bounced off Soters' head and glimmered in the brightness of the lights here in Bolton. if you've just switched on, you've missed a fair bit of boxing. This is about 8 of the evening, 11 fights scheduled in total. And the headliner was meant to be Zelfa Barrett, but that fight unfortunately won't be happening anymore. And the headliner now is Kane Gardner versus Reece MacMillan.
A bit south of the border there by Mr. Mould. Lovely jab, full extended. Lovely backhand landing on the chin.
Looks to be enjoying himself in there, does Mould. Not necessarily admiring his work, but doing good work and looking pleased, but staying focused and on the job.
For you guys watching at home, look how he throws the shots, executes the shots perfectly, band mechanically correct. Whereas Mr. Soters' feet come off the floor, don't quite throw them at the right angles. Technically doesn't throw them quite right. Doesn't take his gameness away though, the pit bull.
Lee, you said it in his intro when we talked him to the ring. I think you said something along the lines of he hasn't got loads to offer, but he has his hands up and he just walks forward continuously, and he does exactly that and throws a fair few shots of his own.
From weird and
but
strange
my
angles.
goodness, he's tough.
Tough man. His 45th professional outing tonight.
Like the way that Muld just changed the angle there, just almost check hooked his way out and landed a beautiful right uppercut just a second ago. Soters landed a shot which was low, and he kind of just laughed and sort of said sorry at the same time to Reece Mould. But I tell you what, Lee, I think we're going to get pretty much this throughout the rest of the fight. I think we're just going to see Mould going through the motions, doing what he's been working on, landing over and over and over again. And Soters will soak them up unless he gets caught with a real big one. And that will be the story of this fight. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't think you are wrong, Durnan. I think he's going to do exactly like that, unless, you know, Reece Mould's got something planned in the corner and he came out the second half of the fight now, and they're going to change it a little bit, up the tempo perhaps.
Maybe that's a part of the game plan.
10 seconds, brothers.
We'll soon find out.
Let's watch and see.
Seconds out. Round 4.
Nice guard by Mould.
Mould now boxing on the back foot, which is a bit of a change of situation. Not because Soters is putting loads of pressure on him, but I think it's just because he's showing his repertoire.
Totally agree, Darren. Well spotted. He's going through it all. He's going forwards, going backwards, defensive. Getting back to winning ways.
Nice right uppercut, followed by a straight right hand, short right hand from Reece Mould. Those were good shots, landed cleanly. And Soters just carries on marching forward and tries to lump him one to the body with his right hand. Good use of the jab there from Muld.
I'd like to see him move to the body a little bit more, Darren, this round.
Nice right hand to the body from Muld, and a return from Soters.
Lovely left hook under the elbow. Referee Latham be pretty redundant in this fight.
He hasn't had a lot to do, has he?
Both boys just getting on with it.
But I tell you what, nice to see Reece Mould enjoying himself in there. He's got a big smile on his face, and losses can't be easy things to take, regardless of the nature of those losses. And we know how good Reece Mould can be because we've seen him in some fantastic bouts over the years, and he's been on some massive, big, huge TV shows and watched by hundreds of thousands of people, and he's a household name in the boxing community, isn't he? So it's good to see him back, going through the motion, showing us what he's about, but doing it with a smile on his face.
Yes, certainly. He's just had the 3 defeats, as you said earlier, Darren. And sorry, I'm very croaky tonight.
No, I'm not with Frank Bruno.
Pardon?
I'm not with Frank Bruno tonight.
You know what I mean?
Seconds out. Round 5.
With a penultimate round, both fighters touch gloves and get straight back to business. Lovely right uppercut there from Muld, and Soters just swinging, throws that jab, and then that big wild right hook. Got to be careful of that.
He leaps forward with those hooks.
He does, he charges forwards, and it's amazing he doesn't get caught as much as he could do by everyone that he goes in there with. Gets countered, but he launches himself into some of those hooks. But they're not fast enough, and they're not good enough, or haven't been so far to catch Muld, who just smiles as he goes round on his back foot and threw a beautiful double jab, and then followed it up with that right uppercut then. And this is good work from Muld, who's putting his shots together nicely. And that one was so wild, he spun himself roundly.
Yeah, his technique's not, you know, the feet are coming off the floor, Darren. Especially when he throws those hooks.
At least he's giving Reece some stuff to think about. Because he's got to be aware that although they are untidy and they're technically not great, they're coming at some speed, aren't they?
Yeah, it's totally unorthodox too. Difficult to defend against.
No, it's another conversation which I've had with boxers about boxing or sparring. Sometimes it's easier to box someone who is really tidy because you're getting what you expected. But when you've got someone who throws shots from the hips and really wild, you're not so used to defending those, are you?
It's not in the textbook. Totally correct.
We're very much the same from both fighters as they go into their last rest before the 6th and final round in this super lightweight contest. I don't know if there's too much that the corner team of Reece Mould can tell him, really, because surely if they've told him anything, they've told him it already in the previous rounds.
Yeah, very much the same again, Darren. Every round's been much the same.
I think I said it to you last week, Lee, when we were commentating on a fight. If you were watching the replay of this, I could tell you it was the same round we watched over and over again, because it's been just very much like that, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes no 2 rounds are the same, but this one is one of those ones where all 6 will be very, very similar.
Reece has got the variety of shots off. Soters just on the same shot, same guard, marching forward.
Soters caught with that jab again on his entrance, and Muld just steps off and changes the angle. Nice counter left hook there, really snappy. Short left hook right on the temple from Reece Mould. How many rounds do you reckon Mikhailo Soters could do, Lee? I'm going to go 150.
You're probably right.
With literally any super lightweight. Just keeps walking forward. I've never seen anything like it.
He's going to be stopped 4 times as well in his 38 defeats.
Who stopped him? George Foreman.
Muhammad Ali. He's earned his money tonight, though, Darren.
He's got to have headache tomorrow.
That's for sure.
Well-timed shot there from Muld. His timing has been excellent. Nice, again, work from Reece Mould, just putting those shots together lovely. Throws that left hook, bounces around the ring. He's enjoyed himself. The sort of operator he's got in front of him is not what he's used to, not what he's been facing in recent years. Left hook followed by that right hand. Lands again. Muld has absolutely nailed the time in the Soters. By the time he got to that 6th round, he knew exactly when to throw and knew it was going to land.
Got to take our hat off, though, to Soters. Kept coming forward. Got pinged many, many times. Tough man.
Very tough man indeed. Well, let's get the official score from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, another great contest. Please put your hands together for both boxers. After 6 rounds of action, we go to referee John Langham's scorecard. He scores the contest 60 points to 55 points in favour of your winner from Doncaster, Reece Mould.
Well, another win on the record for Doncaster's Reece Mould. We know what sort of fight it was. No one's claiming that he was in there with a world beater of any sort, but he obviously was going through the motions, working on the things which he and the team who are in the ring with him now have been working on, putting those things into action. And in just a moment, he and Josh Warrington will join Don McGuinness.
You, Darren, well, Reece, how important was that, getting there with a tough lad like that? I mean, you hit him with plenty. You got caught just at the end there as well, but it looked to me like you were just enjoying being in there and having a bit of a tear-up.
Yeah, I felt at times I could have picked it up, but picking it up comes with a few risks, and obviously after the last fight I don't need to take them risks. More about getting the rounds in, that's why we got that sort of opponent in there. Tough, durable, and a good 6 rounds for me.
So yeah, banish those demons. You know, that's part of the game, isn't it? What's the plan?
Yeah, I think Steve's on about getting me out back early next year, February time. Obviously, to keep my weight off. But yeah, just being active now, and hopefully springtime come through another good win early next year, and we're ready for a title again.
This fella in your corner, obviously, gym mates and everything else, you go back a long way. How impressed with you, Josh?
Do you know, I've said for a long time, Dom, and I think people got to a stage where they thought I was lying, but he can box. There's a lot of skills in his armoury, in his arsenal that he's not brought to the table just yet. And, you know, what happened in his last fight, but it's about starting again. It's back to 0-0. Back to 0-0, and, you know, he talks about potentially moving up weights as well. It just seemed like he was enjoying himself in there, really, really relaxed. And, like, he's showing glimpses of what's in his arsenal, but there's still so much more to come.
Got to ask you as well, what's the future for Josh Warrington?
I might be following in this fella's footsteps, you know. I don't know. Obviously, I'm helping out there in the corner, but just like himself, you know, he wants to carry on. So do I. So, you know, I've still got to convince a few more people, but, you know, we'll see what next year brings.
But the plan is you're going to be back in 2025.
Maybe. Watch your space, Dom.
That's all we'll get for now. Good man, Josh, Reece, well done. Well done tonight. I think we can crack on back with the action now. Our fighters are ready. Our MC is ready as well. So let's cross again to Phil Seymour.
And we come now to a welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Sheffield, Owen Durnan. from 16 contests, hailing from Sheffield, Owen Durnan. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, ring black and blue shorts, he weighs in at 10 stone 4 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record, 2 wins from 2 contests. From Salford, Yousif, Saeed. Your timekeeper is still honest of the world. Your referee is now counting the down we scored outside of the ring by Jodie from Varey. This is the welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
Well, here we go, 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Yousif Saeed in the black and blue shorts in his 3rd professional fight. Looking to get busy immediately, and he's nice and light on his toes, Lee.
Yeah, he's nice and fast. South of the back foot. Front foot, sorry. The lights have come on, Darren.
Glad to see it.
Owen Durnan, the Omen, Southpaw from Sheffield.
Very tidy boxer is Saeed. Good stance, good feet. Nice and fast in and out with those shots. Just got caught off balance there. Trying to land a straight right hand. Nothing of significance which was going to disturb him. Is it right that these two have got a bit of amateur experience of each other?
Yeah. Saeed and Durnan fought in Sheffield. Yousif went over his ankle. So obviously the fight went to Durnan. He got to the ABA quarterfinals just before he turned professional. Broke his hand. Didn't have much luck.
No, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like he's had much luck. Let's hope the pro ranks are much luckier for him. Durnan finds himself on the ropes as Yousif Saeed just picking his shots nicely. Not being too cautious, but a little. Yeah, good straight shots, punches in bunches. Is there anything you're looking at, Lee, or you think I taught him that?
He's with me for a few years. You know, as a coach, Darren, I think they teach themselves, really. You help them along the way. But there's certain shots you can't teach him. His speed, his awkwardness as well, you know. He brought that with him.
Yeah, I guess everyone's got their own style, and one of the things I quite like already about Saeed is the way that his lateral movement, the way that he kind of goes left and right and keeps his opponent guessing, but he doesn't smother his work, or his work doesn't become untidy in the process. And that's a bigger skill than people probably appreciate it is.
Yes, certainly he gets in and he gets out. He doesn't stay where he can get hit. He gets in and gets out. You know, is it cautiousness or is it skill?
It's a fair point. As you can see from the action replays, Yousif Saeed, definitely the busier fighter. And Owen Durnan having to do a lot of defensive work there. Round 2 of this one scheduled for 4. The third professional fight for Yousif Saeed of Salford in against Sheffield's Owen Durnan. A busy start for Saeed in the opening round.
He's got his eyes on the prize. He's moving back as Durnan moves forward. Saeed moves backwards. Nice uppercut.
It seems that every time that Saeed gets close, sets him up with that double jab and goes to throw something a little bit bigger, Durnan just grabs hold of him, doesn't he? And just tries to stop that attack as soon as he can.
Nice body shot. It looks just a lot sharper.
Nice right hand there from Saeed.
Nice change of angles.
Well timed straight right hand there from Yousif.
Reports out the camp, he's been sparring very well. Been sparring very experienced boxers and doing very well with him.
He's clearly dedicated to his craft, isn't he? The fact that he's got a full-time job and he's been through uni and all that stuff and has kept up his boxing and is now fighting as a professional in his third professional fight. Just shows that he's the sort of person, if he wants to do something, then he'll put his heart and soul into it. So you know him well, you know his personality, you know the way he ticks. What sort of advice would you be giving him in that corner?
I'd say carry on doing what you're doing. Seems to be doing a number on Owen over there. I'm not too sure if there's a rumour coming out the corner, his hand down.
But if he has, it will be experience for him, boxing with one hand. I tell you what, if he has hurt his hands, it must be so difficult to all of a sudden not be able to throw it.
Looks like he could possibly do the right hand. He's throwing the left quite nicely there, isn't he?
He is. I would say it's the right hand if it is injured. Yeah, and you could see that he's pulling back a bit with that right hand. So but not giving it away too much anyway.
Stepping in and stepping out nicely. Durnan not offering much back.
Yeah, Durnan not doing a lot at all, to the point where I've seen referees in the past get involved and say, come on, you've got to do a bit more than this. I think that's probably the first punch he's thrown in about 30 seconds. Saeed completely and utterly controlling that distance. Jabs working nicely as well. Well, 10 out of 10 for work rate for Yousif Saeed. Be really unfortunate if that right hand or left hand is injured, because that'll put him out for quite some time. We believe it is the right hand from what we can see and hear from the corner, which is just a few feet away from us. One more round to go. I'm sure he'll get the victory. Get that hand sorted, and then back to training and back to moving towards the objective, which I'm sure he's got in mind.
Oh, just happened. We're now for the third and the final round.
Durnan won his first two, then decides to go on the road. Beat a 7-0 kid in October.
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? It happens. Some of the journeyman away corner fighters, they, good amateurs, decide to go down that route. And they bring a lot to the pro game as well, especially fighting these up-and-coming prospects. Some of them, my goodness, are they characters. Johnny Greaves was one of them. You can vividly see Johnny Greaves smoking a cigarette 15 minutes before he's getting his gloves on to go and fight for the 100th time. And Owen Durnan just shook his head as Yousif Saeed caught him with a shot there to say, nah, didn't hurt me.
Which typically means it did.
Absolutely, reverse psychology.
Been quite comfortable for Saeed, Darren.
Very comfortable indeed, even with one hand for 2 rounds. Well, I know he throwed both of them, but that right hand is visibly not landing with too much impact. He's being clever with the way that he's boxing and the way that he's thrown it. Last 30 seconds of this one.
So it's like 25-year-old Yousif Saeed is going to march on to 4-0. 3-0, sorry.
But a very comfortable fight for Yousif Saeed, who I'm sure will cruise to 3-0 now. And we'll get that official score in just a moment. But big smiles on his face.
Wait for the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, please put your hands together for both boxers. This bout was scored outside of the ring by John Laden after 4 rounds of action. His scorecard needs 40 points to 36 points in favour of your winner. From Soters, Yousif Sub-Zero Saeed!
Well, as predicted, Yousif Saeed gets the victory. And we move on to our next fight of the evening, our 10th fight of the evening, which will be between James Moorcroft and Dom Hunt. 10 3-minute rounds in the superweight division. And this next one will be for a Commonwealth, or is, sorry, for a Commonwealth eliminator. We're just waiting for the thumbs up before our MC, Phil Seymour, can bring the next fighters to the ring.
Come now to our chief supporting contest. Steve Wood for VIP Boxing is proud to present 10 3-minute rounds as an official eliminator for the Commonwealth Super Welterweight title. We welcome to the ring firstly from Wakefield, Dom Hurricane Owen! boasts 16 wins, just 1 defeat, 3 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a former undefeated Central Area welterweight champion from Winfield, from Kane Gardner. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, Brim Navy Trump Chungu Sky Blue, he went in at 10 stone, 13 pounds. From 24 contests, his professional record, he's 20 wins, just 4 defeats, 8 wins coming by way of knockout. He's a former WBO title challenger from Wigan, James Moorcroft. Your timekeeper is Chris O'Connor of Woodness. Your referee is Steve Gray from Fleetwood. This is your chief supporting contest, 10 3-minute rounds as an official eliminator for the Commonwealth Super Welterweight title.
Well, here we go, 10 3-minute rounds in the Super Welterweight division. Commonwealth eliminator between James Moorcroft in the black and blue shorts and Dom Hunt, former 2-time Central Area champion, down at welterweight in the white and pink. I've been rejoined by Mike Gormley. Big thanks to Lee Whitehead for his contributions this evening. As I said earlier, this is the penultimate fight of the evening. Mike, good to have you back. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I certainly am. This was one of them tonight that I was looking forward to. Interesting fight. 2 nice guys of the sport. Yeah, and it's a sort of, I wouldn't say it's a last chance saloon, but it's a big opportunity for both of these guys tonight.
Certainly is, over 10 rounds as well. This is the 4th 10-rounder for James Moorcroft.
Yeah, I think he just fell a little bit short last time out, didn't he, when he boxed for the European lightweight title, WBO European lightweight title against Ethan James, July 23. But obviously he picked himself up after that one, came back. Last time out he boxed Reece Woods in Blackpool. It was a good performance. I think he stopped Woods in the 5th round. It was the Winter Gardens. So yeah, he's looking to progress tonight and hopefully win this English and Commonwealth Eliminator. Also, Dom Hunt will have the same thing in his mind.
Seem well matched already, these two. Can't really split them in the opening round, but like most opening rounds, it's just about sussing each other out, isn't it? It's about working out what each other's game plans might be and how they're going to box, but they'll be familiar with each other.
Yeah, I think both fellas are good thinking fighters.
Dom Hunt in the white and pink, getting through with those, with a few more shots now. Nearly caught Moorcroft with a left hand there, but he slipped his head out of the way just in time.
Yeah, you could say if anything would have the slight advantage being a southpaw. Obviously both similar experience really. But I'm sure James Moorcroft won't be fazed by the southpaw. He's boxed southpaws before. Last time I remember Matthew Rennie was a southpaw.
How difficult can it be when you haven't got that experience with a southpaw fighter when there's one stood in front of you? Is there that massive difference, and is it quite difficult to adjust and adapt and overcome?
It is really, yeah, because if you've never sparred one, if you've never fought one before, you can train for it, but actually fighting one is a different matter, really. It's whoever gets the lead foot on the outside of the opponent, really, has the advantage, and that's the idea. We said in the previous fight, obviously, you and Lee were commentating on the previous fight, Yousif Saeed. I was willing him to step over to his left-hand side and get his foot on the outside of his opponent's lead right foot. He did the odd time, but again, it's all experience. So yeah, it is awkward fighting southpaws, and obviously southpaws have the bit more advantage because they're used to fighting many more orthodox fighters.
It's a good point. Hadn't thought about it like that in the past. Here we go, round 2 in this fight in the super welterweight division, scheduled for 10.
You know, as I say, if you notice the footwork there, if James is inside, then Dom's got the advantage, as you see there. He just steps his right foot on the outside of Moorcroft's lead left foot, and is allowed to throw the backhand, which is the honey punch for a southpaw. But also for an orthodox boxer against a southpaw, the backhand as well is the honey punch, because it's straight down the middle.
Good shot back there from Moorcroft, and in the corner, Anthony Crolla pleased with the work which he's doing. Good jab there by Hunt. Snap the head back of Moorcroft. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, Moorcroft's a good steady fighter. You know, we've seen him box 10 rounds before, and he's just kind of non-stop. You know, he's methodical. He's non-stop. He's got a good guard. He's got a good jab. He's got a good repertoire of shots. Obviously, Moorcroft being the local lad, we do see a little bit more of him. Not see much of Dom Hunt. You know, I am a little bit familiar. But a lot on the line tonight.
Good defensive work there from Moorcroft. Just needs to be a bit more successful, in my opinion, after he's done that good defensive work. Catch and counter, that kind of thing. Because he's covering up well, and not a lot of those shots are getting through, but he's not landing too much of his own.
Yeah, you can see that. He's just pausing, isn't he? You know, he throws his shots and he kind of has a little step back and pauses instead of moving off and working. It's tit for tat, Darren. No, it's quite an even contest.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. If I was a judge ringside scoring, I would. I think I would go with Dom Hunt on that round, but ever so slightly. It's not. There's not huge room between them.
No, I think we may see it. You know, it's quite active at the moment, but I think we'll see it liven up as the fight goes on, especially in the later stages. If the fight is close, each guy will want to start trying to emphasise their authority in the fight. Like we said, it's an eliminator for the British and Commonwealth title. Sorry, English and Commonwealth eliminator it is. So again, a lot on the line. I don't think either guy can afford to lose this. It's sort of, where do they go after this, really? We know what's out there for them.
It's a fair point, and some fighters, you know, when they retire from the sport, to say that they either fought for or won a belt like the Commonwealth title, which is very much a recognised title and has been won by so many good people over the years, is It's quite an achievement when you think about the thousands and thousands of people who have participated in the sport of professional boxing over the years. There isn't that many of them who have been Commonwealth champions, so this is the opportunity to be there and do it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, here in Britain we've had quite a few Commonwealth champions through the weights and through the years, and it is a bit of a prestigious title.
Moorcroft walks straight into a straight left hand there, delivered nicely by Hunt. Just needs to be careful, does Moorcroft. Throws a nice straight right hand to the body, but didn't have his hand back in time, and Hunt punished him for it.
Yeah, Hunt's hands, you know, for me, Hunt's hands are just a slightly a little bit low, just below his chin there. So when he throws his shots, he brings his hands back and they're not quite up high. I think Moorcroft needs to try and take advantage of that and try those left hooks over the top. You know, wait for Dom Hunt to throw that lead hand and then hook over the top.
Good body shot there by Moorcroft. Straight under the left elbow of Hunt. A nice jab there to follow.
So there, that left hook I was just talking about earlier.
Just feel that Hunt's starting to up the pace his end a little bit, and I'm unsure if Moorcroft is matching him yet. Doesn't mean he won't, but ever so slightly Hunt is just putting his foot on the pedal a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Darren. You can see that now. He seems to have stepped up a little bit of a gear now. It's all about these first 2 or 3 rounds, you know, getting the measure of your opponent. Just like Hunt's feels he's got that now. A little bit of blood from the nose there of Dom Hunt. I think these things are expected. I don't think there's too much damage there. Obviously that with the effects from Moorcroft's shots.
But a well-matched fight, I've got to say that. Both having spells of good work, in my opinion, so far. Hunt's just ever so slightly having the better or more of the better spells. But there have been some good pockets of quality from James Moorcroft. And I wonder what Anthony Croller is asking him to do a bit more of in that red corner.
Yeah, Hunt seems to have picked up where he left off in the previous round. Seems like he's forcing the fight a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree with that. He is doing the busier work. Landing with a few of those shots as he throws them. Not all of them, but a few of those are getting through. And that was a nice shot to the body.
Yeah, I think Moorcroft just waiting just that fraction of a second too long. You know, when he gets himself in position, and he should just let his hands go. If you're throwing shots, then it stops your opponent from throwing back and retaliating. So as long as your hands are moving, it's like a defence mechanism as well. If you stood there and you're not throwing, then it gives your opponent the opportunity to lead off.
That jab is working nicely for Hunt. He's disrupting the rhythm of Moorcroft, but as I say that, he throws a good right uppercut, and I think when he's landing these shots, it's just giving him a little bit more of a confidence boost. But a couple of good straight left hands and another one from Dom Hunt.
Yeah, I think when Moorcroft has a little bit of success, I think he should take advantage of that and just step it up a little bit. Well, Hunt's doing the right thing, you know. He's sticking and moving, He's landing some good shots. And the shots he is taking, he seems to be on the back foot, you know, when they are connecting from Moorcroft. Lovely uppercut from Moorcroft there. Had a lot of success with that right uppercut, Moorcroft, so maybe should try that a little bit more often and follow up the left hook. You know, if he's landing with it, throw something after.
Good jabs from Moorcroft, follow that up with that straight right hand. This fight starting to, I'm not going to use the phrase catch light, but it's getting there, slowly and steadily.
Yeah, I think another good round from Hunt there, Darren. I wouldn't say he's pulling away as such, but I think he's just having slightly more success than Moorcroft is.
He's winning the exchanges, isn't he? And I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier on about Moorcroft just maybe being a little bit too hesitant at times, waiting a tiny bit too long, and because of that, the result is that Dom Hunt is winning the exchanges, and that is what is catching the referee scoring the fight.
Yeah, I think, as I say, it's combinations, as it punches in bunches. So if you throw a few more shots, I'm not saying you're guaranteed to land them, but you're going to have more success. You're giving yourself more of a chance to land shots. If you're throwing twos and threes, you've more chance of landing a shot than you are with throwing one shot.
So busier work is better work, definitely. As Hunt comes out of the blue corner in that southpaw stance and digs a left hook into the body of James Moorcroft.
The intensity certainly picks up, you know, as the fight's gone on.
Moorcroft making himself a bit harder to hit. Got to say, in this round so far, Moorcroft is, for me, putting a bit more pressure on than he has in previous rounds. And Hunt seems to be on the back foot probably 80–90% of the time. Both landing good body shots. The Moorcroft corner shouting for him to keep the pressure on, stay there, and keep doing more of what he's doing, because this round is a Moorcroft round so far.
Yeah, definitely better work by Moorcroft in this round. He's come out a little bit more aggressive. He's planting his feet a little bit more, and he seems to be landing a few more shots. Hunt is throwing a few shots, and he's landing shots, but they don't have the same impact as Moorcroft at the moment.
The work which Moorcroft is doing has been the more effective work and the more eye-catching work in this round for sure. I was just about to say that Hunt wasn't getting through with as much, but he landed one just as I thought to say it.
And Moorcroft lands an overhand right there, and again he had a little bit of success in this round with that right hand, so
he's easing into the fight, isn't he? He's just, I'm talking about Moorcroft here, he's just steadily just trying to find his groove, and he's just getting it, isn't he? Do you feel that? He's getting a bit more comfortable in there.
I think Moorcroft had the slower start. He was just steady, and now he's kind of gradually. It looks like he's picking up a little bit. He's being a little bit more aggressive. He's planting his feet a little bit more. So maybe he's just warming into the fight. But I think Hunt, for the first couple of rounds, it was similar, but he picked it up a little bit earlier. And I can think he's kind of settled down a little bit now, Hunt, in regards to the pace of the fight, where I think Moorcroft seems to be coming into his own now. But we're halfway through. Don't forget these guys, you know, they're obviously doing 10 rounds. It is a long time. You might not think it. People sit at home watching on TV and think, I could do that. You get in the ring for 3 minutes and you may change your mind, but don't forget these guys are doing 10 rounds.
Here's half an hour of fighting under those boiling hot lights. Adrenaline pumping, lots of pressure, and it's late, you know, it's late at night as well, energy levels.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been sat upstairs, you know, in the dressing room for probably since 6:30, you know, since they've been here, so, and we're 11 o'clock at night now, so you've sat around waiting, really. It's nervous energy. Everybody gets nervous. You can't say you don't get nervous. It's not that you're worried about the fight, you know, it's just adrenaline, but yeah,
you wouldn't be human, would you? You'd be human if you didn't have those nerves.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was a really nice 1-2 from Dom Hunt.
So you can see when Hunt's having a success there, as soon as he steps over to Moorcroft's left, or his outside foot, then Hunt has success. That's where you gain the advantage.
Praise coming from James Moorcroft's corner, as he's been pretty relentless with his pressure and appears to be sticking to the game plan and getting lots of shouts for good pressure from his man Anthony Collar in the corner.
Yeah, he's relentless, James Moorcroft. I say he doesn't necessarily take a step back. He's a come forward fighter. I'm sure Hunt's feeling the pressure of Moorcroft.
Lovely right hand from Moorcroft and a decent one before that from Hunt. Oh, and that one really thumped the ear of Moorcroft, that left hook from Hunt.
Certainly turning and throwing, Darren. You know, both guys are exchanging. You think one's on top, then the next thing the other one gets back on top. So it's going to be a close fight to score for the referee.
Do you know what? As you were saying, I was thinking exactly that. There's been many a moment where you think, wow, Dom Hunt's really kind of coming on in this round, and then it's been not a fight of two halves, but every round seems to be a round of two halves, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sways both ways, doesn't it? And you know, I am honestly finding it a bit hard to score at the moment. I'm kind of going one way, and I'm thinking, no, it go that way. But as I say, as the round goes, it's to and froing. So it's a very interesting fight and very competitive, and I'm sure the fans are enjoying watching it. So both guys obviously would be good in getting good advice in the corners from their respective coaches.
Round 7 of 10. And Dom Hunt straight out on the front foot in that southpaw stance, throwing those straight shots. Not only are they physically quite demanding with each other, but mentally as well. They're making each other think at every moment of this bout, because they're constantly doing good stuff in terms of feinting with their shoulders, with their hands, with the way that they're approaching each attack.
Yeah, it's very technical. It's a thinking game. It is a chess game. They do compare it to chess boxing, and it is that way. You've got to think 2 or 3 steps ahead. You know, you've got to set things up, make your opponent move into positions where you want them, just to land that correct shot. Both guys are, you know, trying to dominate the centre of the ring, and again they're to and fro at the moment. Moorcroft's, you know, taking the lead in the centre, which is where you want to be. And as I said that, it was an exchange, and Hunt came forward, backing Moorcroft up onto the ropes.
I feel like Moorcroft is doing the more efficient work at the moment. Hunt is probably throwing a bit more, but a lot of it is landing on the gloves or being caught in the arms of Moorcroft.
Yeah, see, you know, that's the way you look at it when you're scoring it. You could be looking at Hunt, where he's throwing accumulative punches. He's throwing a lot more punches, and it looks like he's not having that much success, where Moorcroft is just throwing odd shots, but he's having a lot of success. So in general, they're probably landing with the equal amount of shots, but do you give it to the aggressor, or do you give it to the boxer? As I say, depending which way you look at the fight.
Exactly, it's about... It's subjective, isn't it? For me, it's the fight who lands those more clean, eye-catching, effective shots, both head and body, and that ring generalship as well.
Yeah, see, I agree with you in that sense, but I like a person who's the aggressor, who, you know, his work rate. I like a guy with good work rate, who presses your opponent. And then you've got the other side, you like people counter-punching, so yeah, it is subjective scoring.
Moorcroft is like he's on an elastic band. If you just watch him, the way that he goes, like when Hunt goes towards him, he goes back and then pings straight forward, doesn't he? He doesn't really waste any time in terms of getting back into the action straight afterwards.
Exactly, he just steps back far enough so he can get back into range. You never see him back up, and then he's got to come all the way back again. He's like half a step back, and then he's back in again. Like you say, just like an elastic band. He's quite efficient in the way he boxes, basically. That's probably a word I was looking for early on, but there we go, I've said it now. But yeah, he's an efficient fighter.
And that efficiency tends to come with experience and mistakes that you may have made in the past, and maybe getting towards the end of a fight, whether that's an 8 round or whatever it is, and feeling a bit exhausted, I guess. So yeah, the experienced fighters tend to be the most efficient fighters.
Yeah, again, experience. You've got to know how to pace yourself. I think Moorcroft, you know, been in a lot of long round fights, 8 round, 10 round fights. So maybe he has the experience there. Also, obviously, Hunt, you know, he's fought and defended the title 3 times. I think you said 2 times earlier, Darren, but I think looking it up, I've got him 3 times. I think he won it, and then he defended it twice, and then he vacated it, I think, to fight for that British welter eliminator.
Yeah, well, there you go. They don't give those out. You've got to be of a certain standard to be winning them.
Yeah, and you know what? That Central Area title, it's a big title. It's like your first stepping stone, but it's a massive thing, you know. It puts you up there. So Hunt's been there, and he obviously wants bigger things now.
Good shots got through there from Hunt, but James Moorcroft, the elastic, just pings him straight back into the action. He could have quite comfortably gone on the back foot for a little moment there, but he didn't.
Yeah, he's tough and durable, Moorcroft. You know, he'll take a shot, but he'll give you one back, if not 2. Moorcroft looking a little bit more composed as well.
I think he's realised that he's not getting hurt by Hunt's punches, and he can take them. So he's willing to take a bit of risk for a bit of reward, isn't he? And the reward is landing shots of his own, and he's quite comfortable in doing so.
Yeah, and again, you know, sometimes that could be a fighter's downfall, where they try and walk through a fighter, and as they're walking through, they're still taking shots, you know, so there is that side of it. But as I say, Moorcroft is relentless. Half a step back and he's back in. He's got a quite good guard as well, Moorcroft.
Got caught a few times there though.
Yeah, I do think he needs to move his head a little bit more though.
Lovely shot by Moorcroft, who just timed that right hand perfectly. And another one there. This is becoming more and more common that Moorcroft is landing good eye-catching shots which snap the head back of Dom Hunt.
Yeah, I think Moorcroft's staying composed there, and I think, you know, Dom Hunt, I think he's probably feeling the pace a little bit now, because he is working hard, he's throwing a lot of shots. I think the output is more from Hunt, so he's probably feeling, you know, these later rounds maybe Moorcroft can kind of take over a little bit now. So yeah, 2 rounds to go.
Why do you think Moorcroft is landing those punches a little bit more often now? Do you think it's fatigue which is just starting to set in a bit for Dom Hunt?
I think it's fatigue. I think Moorcroft's kind of done what he's been doing throughout the fight, but he's having a little bit more success, because I think now Dom Hunt is, I'm not saying he's getting complacent, he's just struggling a little bit now to kind of maintain that pace, keeping his hands up, you know, be a little bit more defensive. But we'll see, next 2 rounds.
Indeed we will. 2 rounds to go in this Super Welterweight Commonwealth Eliminator. And Hunt coming out of a bit of urgency. Maybe he was told in that previous round that he probably didn't win that one.
Yeah, I think now we can see these last couple of rounds. I think we're going to get a little bit more action in these last 2 rounds. Both guys know what's on the line. They know they're going to have to dig a little bit deeper. The fight is close. In my opinion, it's close. It's a bit hard to say which way it's going, but it is very close. So I think these next 2 rounds are going to be the big test, the acid test.
Moorcroft looks to be cut above, I think this is his right eye, his blood just trickling down the side of his face.
Yeah, you can just see there, just under his eyebrow, he's got a bit of a nick under his eyebrow. Can't see how bad it is, but it's just under the eyebrow. We've got a good corner man in Moorcroft's corner. Georgie Schofield, I'm sure he'll be looking after that in between the rounds. He'll be getting straight on that. You know, there's been no clash of heads. The referee's not had much to do in this fight, so it's got to be cumulative punches from Dom Hunt.
He has, and Hunt seems to be the busier fighter in this round, the more confident fighter. Maybe seeing the blood drip down the eye of James Moorcroft. Has got his juices flowing.
Yeah, sometimes that can give you the incentive, knowing you've landed a good shot there to cause that damage. You know, that could be a reason for Hunt to just up it a little bit now. On the other side of that, obviously Moorcroft will probably feel that blood and think, you know, maybe it's time for him to step on the gas as well. Well, the last thing you'd like to see is, you know, especially like an eliminator for a big fight, but either guys to get a stop on something silly like a cut.
Two good straight left hands there in the southpaw stance from Dom Hunt. Both of them got through.
Yeah, I think Hunt's going to be targeting that cut over Moorcroft's eye. The crowd still making a lot of noise here. Great support from both fighters.
But a good round for James Moorcroft, but in my opinion, a better round for Dom Hunt, that one.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Hunt had a lot of success in that round, and probably because of the cut, I think he given him an incentive just to pick it up again another notch. So you know, I can see. I'm hoping that it's going to be a fantastic last round. Both guys, you know, will put it on the line. A bit of a do or die round for both of them, really.
I tell you what, I'm intrigued with how this one is going to be scored, this fight, and it may well come down to this 10th and final round.
Do you know what? I mean, a draw wouldn't surprise me. I'm hoping.
He said it. He said it.
For the sake of the fighters, it'd be nice because it's a shame for one to lose. But really, it'd be nice for one of them to go through and fight for the, you know, that Commonwealth title.
This is a fight which has got better and improved as the rounds have gone on, and here we are in the 10th round of this one, scheduled for 10. Will we hear the final bell? There's only one way to find out. Watch it and see. And like we've been saying in the commentary of this fight, it really has been a bit of a swing on the pendulum in terms of who's winning, and it's not, in our opinion, been an easy fight to score.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably worthy of an actual title fight. You know, it is an eliminator, it's a big thing, but it is worthy of a title fight. You don't get many title fights that, you know, you get this sort of quality and action and entertainment and value for money.
Good jabs there from James Moorcroft. He's worked that straight left hand of his perfectly all night.
I think Moorcroft just leaves his foot in there as he throws that jab, you know, and comes off. He just leaves his lead foot in there, so he's in distance for a Hunt to react and throw a counter. I think he needs to let his hands go a little bit more, Moorcroft. Once he's in range, he lands with that shot. Let your hands go. I think Dom Hunt's doing exactly that. You know, he is doing that. He's carrying that out to perfection. If Moorcroft stands there, and Hunt's letting his hands go, and he's being effective.
Good straight left hand there from Dom Hunt as we go into the last minute of this 10th and final round. There's been some good action in this contest.
Moorcroft's still on the front foot, but Hunt, I think he's having a better success in this round. Hunt still.
Once again, another even round this. Very even round. I can't split them in this round at all. The Dom Hunt raises his hand. He thinks he's done enough, but just as he starts celebrating a little bit too early, he gets caught with a jab, but lands a straight left hand back of his own. And that is it. The 10th and final round is over. Hunt thinks he's got it. Moorcroft not as... I was about to say not celebrating as much, but he does exactly the same thing. What's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling, I think Hunt just edged it. There could have been a couple of even rounds. I would give it, if I was giving rounds for rounds, I think I'd just edge it with Hunt 6-4. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not being biased. I'm hoping wrong, but you know, Moorcroft's a local lad. But Hunt, I think, you know, I think he deserves it. So may the best man win. You know, I'm rather the referee score this than myself.
Yeah, certainly not an easy one to score, and we'll get the official score in just a moment. And one of these guys will get to go on and fight for the Commonwealth title. So let's get it from our MC, Mr. Phil Seymour.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great bout. Please show your appreciation for both boxers. After 10 rounds of action, we go to referee Steve Gray's scorecard. He scores the contest 96 points to 96 points, a level draw. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for good old Hurricane Hunt and James Moorcroft.
Well, Dom Hunt is utterly disappointed with that. But I tell you what, I know it's disappointing when there's a draw, and James Moorcroft will be disappointed it's a draw as well. Of course, they want to go away as a winner, but it's a fair. That's a fair score. You called it earlier on.
I said earlier on, didn't I? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a draw. At the end of it, I thought Hunt may have done enough to win the fight, and I'm also pleased that it was a draw. And do you know why I'm pleased? Because it was a draw. So I hope they do it again, because it was a fantastic fight. So hopefully both guys will get it on, and we'll see this one more time. But yeah, fantastic fight, well entertaining.
He was entertaining. It got more entertaining as the fight went on. Emotions are high. But I believe both guys will go and join Dom McGuinness with Anthony Cotter in just a second.
Well, Dom, a tight fight. I think everyone would say it's tight.
I won by about 4 rounds. I were well clear there. I were well clear. That wasn't even a fucking close fight. I'm sorry to swear, but I won that by about 4 rounds at least.
Well, James is going to join you now. I know you two have been very respectful with each other all the way, and I know you will be well. I mean, he thinks, we're going to find out now, and I'm pretty sure he's going to say pretty much the same as you did there, because James, obviously respect between the pair of you. No, Dom believes he won the fight, fair and square. What's your view?
I think I was 2 up, mate. Listen, no disrespect to Dom, he's one of the nicest boxers I've seen. He might shake his head now, but obviously I agree with your decision. What you said, you agree with mine, you know what I mean? We have respectable people. But yeah, I think me and Dom need to do that again for something better. You know, that was an English title eliminated Commonwealth. I know the English is vacant. I'm sure Dom's promoter, Steffi or Steve Wood, can get that English title, and early next year I think me and Dom deserve that, because listen, it weren't my kind of fight. I knew I had to box, I knew I had to move, but in my eyes I felt like I won that, and that's, you know, listen, fair play. Steve Gray's the top ref. I can't knock him. I respect you loads, mate. I really do. That were a great fight. But I like you said, you thought you would. I believe I were about 4 rounds up. I thought every time you landed a good shot, I were answering. But obviously it's all subjective, and that's, you know. So if you want me to come back on that, I felt like a lot were getting caught on the gloves. That's my style of boxing. You know, give one to take one to give one. But you know, every time you land, you're gonna get that. No hard feelings, Dom. You've been an absolute dream this week, mate.
No, like I say, it's full respect between us. Like I say, I've got nothing bad to say about you, mate. We have to run it back because we need closure on that. We need closure on that.
I mean, you're getting too old for this, you know what I mean? We need to run it back.
Yeah, we need to run it back. But like you say, I thought I won it. You'll say the same. Yeah. So let's run it back, mate.
Well, listen, what I can say is that it was a close fight. I mean, and that's probably why you both feel the way you do. So let's see what happens. But listen, well done, Dom. Well done, James. Well done.
First fight with Grandma and Grandad can't make this year, so that fight was dedicated to Grandma and Grandad. So.
Listen, Fary, well done, lads. Well, there you go. Back to you, Darren.
And ladies and gentlemen, we come now to the main event of the evening. 10 3-minute rounds, the vacant central area, super lightweight title. We welcome to the ring firstly, Morgan Lancashire's very raging He too went in at
Well, here we go, Lee. The main event of the evening, Kane Gardner versus Reece MacMillan. 10 times 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division for the Central Area title. Some good noise has just come here. Both of these fighters are well supported.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. The main bout of the evening.
Reece MacMillan has clearly sold some tickets, and I think every single one of the ones he sold has stood right behind us. Gardner looking relaxed as he just pops that jab out. MacMillan changing his height and is doing more work to start with in this opening round of this 10-round contest.
Yeah, good start by MacMillan. Working from head to body. Nice backhand through the middle there.
That one got through and snapped the head back of Kane Gardner. Reece MacMillan trains out of the Moorcroft gym.
Yeah, with Bob Howarth up there from Lancaster Boys. MacMillan's been off the blocks in this first round.
Oh, there's a left hook from Reece MacMillan which caught Kane Gardner, and his legs went wobbly for a moment, and he finds himself in a bit of a troubled situation as he just tucks up on the ropes, and MacMillan knows that he did something to him, but Gardner composed and back to boxing on the front foot as he pops that jab out. Reece MacMillan has clearly got some weight behind those hands, and you can see even when he lands the shots on the gloves that goes to the thud, and you can see Gardner rattle. Nice hook there from MacMillan.
Great start by MacMillan. Gardner taking them all in the gloves though.
Great body punch in there from Reece MacMillan. So we go into the last 20 seconds of this round. Well, for me, Lee, that was a Reece MacMillan round. Are you in agreement or not?
Certainly the first round to MacMillan.
But I tell you what, Kane Gardner he is covering up well, he is soaking up the shots, and you just wonder if that is a bit of a game plan, a bit of the action to soak them up for a few rounds and then start turning the heat on, expecting MacMillan to maybe start running out of steam.
Yeah, if you look at the record, MacMillan 16 wins and he had 2 stoppages. Gardner's had 17 wins and 7 stoppages, but MacMillan did look the bigger puncher in that round. As you said, Darren, Kane Gardner cut the hands up nice and high, elbows by the side. He did take a lot of punches on gloves, but he also got caught as well. Definitely first round to MacMillan.
Round 2.
Well, here we go, round 2. Nice high stance, tall stance, compact guard from Gardner, and Reece MacMillan is definitely the aggressor in this fight as we go into the opening minute of round 2. Just expecting Gardner to start opening up in a minute. He hasn't shown us any of that yet, but it's not how he normally fights. Good right hook there by Reece MacMillan, who is just marching forward, throwing shots to both the head and the body of Gardner.
Gardner's just missing those jabs.
I think Reece is just making himself a moving target at all times, and then when he gets the opportunity and gets Gardner on the ropes, then he uses it, he capitalises on it and lets his hands go, both body and head. It's been some good work from McMillan so far.
Good body shots there under the elbows by McMillan. Gardner answering back now.
He is starting to answer back, is Gardner.
Employing a nice high guard, elbows nice and tight.
Gardner just ever so slowly, ever so slightly, starting to rev the engine a little bit.
Good work again then by Reece MacMillan.
Good left hook to the body from McMillan. Gardner soaks it up and just moves round to his left-hand side and pops that jab out over and over again. Relentless pressure from McMillan though. You've got to take your hat off to him. It's continuous, it's constant. By far the best fight of the night so far, isn't it?
Certainly, crowd very volatile here tonight as well.
Well, for me, that's another McMillan round.
I agree with you. 20-18. But Gardner started coming out of his shell a little bit in that round.
He's aware he's in a 10-round fight. That was only the second round, so I think we'll probably see him, or start to see him, putting it on a little bit by bit, round by round. And if McMillan's got that stamina and got that durability to be doing what he was doing in the two previous rounds later on, then we're going to have a very interesting fight on our hands.
10 seconds, bonus. Seconds out. Round 3.
Gardner, the one on the front foot, as he stabs to the body of McMillan.
More aggressive start by Gardner.
Good body punching from McMillan. The Gardner just soaks him up, walks forward, and needs to be careful he doesn't walk into one of those straight right hands of McMillan's. Just like that one, on cue. Good body shots there from McMillan. Again, the body work has been working well for him in the opening part of this 10-round fight.
Blood coming from the nose.
I was just about to say exactly the same thing.
Nice triple jab followed by hook to the body from McMillan. Certainly livening up now, Darren.
He is. Good body punching though from Reece MacMillan, who throws a jab upstairs and then always follows up with something decent afterwards. And 9 times out of 10, he's landing with it. Even if it's just on the gloves, he's continuously showing he's the aggressor. He's the one setting the pace.
And some pace this is. A high tempo. Lovely shots again.
Gardner working that jab over and over again, trying to disrupt the rhythm, disrupt the flow of Reece MacMillan. Great body punching once again from MacMillan, and Gardner comes back ultra composed as he just lands a couple of headshots.
Good body shots there landed by Kane Gardner. MacMillan playing for the crowd.
He certainly is, and apologies if any profanities are getting through on the ringside mics. As you can imagine, the emotions are high when watching someone you know.
Better round with Gardner there, but
It was a bit around, yeah.
I was scoring that one though, Darren.
It was a lot closer, but I think I'd still give that to MacMillan.
I agree too.
Gardner is, considering this is a 10-round fight, he's got some catching up to do now, but it doesn't matter what we say. It's the man scoring it. Well, a couple of the crowd just asking myself and Lee Whitehead how we got it, and asking whether we thought it was 3-0, and the truth is we do at the moment. However, that last round was a lot closer. And good pressure once again from MacMillan, but Gardner tucking up nicely. Good shots again from MacMillan. And that was a good right hand from Gardner. I do get a sensation that Gardner could just flick a switch and really start putting some work together here. He looks a little too composed, and maybe a lack of urgency at times. Lee, would you agree with that?
Yeah, but he's certainly revved up for this round, Darren. Can't leave it too long into round 4 now. Obviously, we're not we don't score it. We're just commentating. We've got it 3 rounds to MacMillan.
Good pressure from Gardner, who comes forward regardless of the attack coming his way. And MacMillan has found himself on the back foot more in this round than he had in the 3 previous rounds.
Good shots there by Gardner.
Good body work from MacMillan, something he's done for the majority of this fight so far, just hammering the left and right hand side of Kane Gardner, who pushes MacMillan off and then just comes forward with that strong jab of his over and over again. But MacMillan isn't there to be hit because he's moving his head continuously. A much better round for Kane Gardner.
Great finish all back MacMillan.
McMillan sticks his tongue out and is thoroughly enjoying this fight. But for me, that's 3-1 now. Kane Gardner got that round for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I got it the same. Close, I got it the same.
I tell you what, I can just sense that in this 2-horse race, the Gardner is, towards the end, going to really pick up and go for it.
Going to make it very interesting this now, Darren. You folks at home watching.
Seconds out. Round 5.
Well, round 5, here we go. Gardner straight on that front foot. McMillan back with an array of punches. The Gardner certainly looking like the aggressor now and not looking like he did in the first couple of rounds. He is the fighter on the front foot. He is the fighter walking forward. Good shot there, right hand from Reece MacMillan as he responds to the noise of the crowd, of those who have come to see him here in Bolton this evening.
Good shot again there, landed on the chin.
Picking his shots nicely is Gardner, but McMillan still very much enjoying himself in there. Boxing on the back foot a lot more now, popping that jab out, but a couple of decent jabs got through there from Gardner as he ever so slightly puts his foot on the gas bit by bit as the rounds go by.
Sorry about the language out there, folks.
Well, Gardner is putting the pressure on, but McMillan is still constantly fighting back, making it an even contest in this round for sure. Good work here from McMillan. Gardner was coming back into it, and every time he does, McMillan answers as he snaps the head back of Gardner once again with a right hand.
Just like the tide's turning, McMillan's back in it.
Yeah, just as you think that Gardner's getting back on top and he's starting to win the round, McMillan puts the work in. Well, I tell you what, Lee, that was a close round and a hard round to score. Don't ask me who won it, because I don't know.
I'm going to go even that one, 10 each.
Really interested to see how this one pans out.
It's what the crowd have been waiting for. The fans have been looking for this one. This is the fight of the night.
10 seconds, brothers. Seconds out. Round 6.
Well, the 6th round for this one, scheduled for 10. The crowd well and truly behind Reece MacMillan here in Bolton, who is really going for it. And Gardner coming back once again.
Intriguing battle here in Bolton.
McMillan getting caught with that jab of Gardner's a fair bit in this round, it's got to be said. And a straight right hand, a short right hand from Gardner got through there. And you just sense that him landing those shots has given him the confidence.
Good fight, Darren, good fight.
Great fight, all action. 50-50 a lot of the time now. The relentlessness of Reece MacMillan is something to tip your hat to, because he has not stopped.
Throwing punches. Good shots landing by Gardner right on the chin.
We're going into the last 20 seconds now of this bout. And that was a lovely left hook to the body from Kane Gardner, who just dipped down on his left leg and just wound that left hook in under the right elbow of Reece MacMillan. Solid round that, Lee.
I'll just go that one.
Again, real tough one. I'd probably go Gardner on that one. Well, here we go. Let's hope we have as much action in this round as we did in the previous.
4 rounds to go, Darren. Got MacMillan a point in front.
Well, definitely a slower start to this round than the previous round. I'm not surprised. They've both exerted a lot of energy in the 6 rounds we've had in this fight so far. Every time MacMillan lands a shot, he sticks his tongue out. And he is having a whale of a time in there. Good work there from McMillan, and Gardner answers him again.
Gardner landing more often now, Darren.
He's picking his shots and he's accurate with his work, is Gardner. And McMillan finds himself on the back foot and has those occasional pockets where he just moves forward. Couple of decent right hands got through, heavy right hands got through from Gardner, but McMillan just looks at him and smiles. Nice right uppercut there from Gardner. And the work rate is coming from McMillan, but he's just not as efficient now, and Gardner got through with a couple of really good straight hands there, and he know he did, and then he threw another right hand which landed, but McMillan looks at him and shrugs his shoulders to say, is that all you've got? Big thudding hooks to the body from Gardner. I've given that round to Gardner.
Yeah, I've got it even now, Darren. 67-67.
Yet another close fight.
Obviously we're not scoring it, Darren, but the tides have turned a little bit.
We spoke about this at the start of the fight. McMillan came out fast, he maintained that fast pace, and we said if he can continue doing that, then it'll be a very interesting fight as we go towards the end. And as we go into the 8th round, it seems that Kane Gardner has maintained or managed his energy levels possibly perfectly, but we'll see how he does in the last 3 rounds.
Interesting this now, Darren. We'll see how it. Good start by Gardner.
I know McMillan is enjoying himself and he's responding to the crowd, and he's done really well, but there was a couple of moments in that previous round where he got caught and started sticking his tongue out and so on, and I completely get the buzz which is going through him, but he just needs to make sure he maintains that concentration and doesn't get caught with anything silly, because he's done so well. And they were some good shots from McMillan. Lovely right hand over the top in response from Gardner.
Put that big hand uppercut. Go for the uppercut again.
Good work from McMillan, but Gardner tries to just soak it up and respond. Good pressure from McMillan once again, but Gardner responds yet again. What a fight this has turned out to be. And the right eye of McMillan looks like it's just starting to close up. Great work by McMillan continuous pressure. But Gardner doing well to just try and shove him off and throw his own shots back.
Good uppercut inside there by Gardner, followed by the hook. Good return by McMillan.
With 20 seconds left in this 8th round.
The most sustained pressure for me, Darren, has been by Gardner again in this round.
I tell you what, that was another close round, tough round. Both guys did some good work. And I get the feeling, having a look into that blue corner, that McMillan is feeling the pace a bit now. He's done some serious work this evening. Some serious work. And he has made it a very entertaining fight. I wondered how this fight would look at this point, with Kane Gardner being relatively reserved in the first couple of rounds, but it's turned into a crackerly.
Yeah, it's a barnstormer. I think the tides have changed a little bit. Gardner's come on strong the last few rounds. Would you agree, Darren?
He has. He's really livened up. He might not be matching the work rate of McMillan, but he's just ever so slightly more successful in the exchanges for me. Good jabs there from Gardner. Putting his shots together nicely. And Gardner just getting busier and busier with that jab of his. And naturally, the body and head movement of McMillan is just slowing ever so slightly because of the energy and the sharpness fading.
Best round for McMillan for a bit.
The work of McMillan is sensational. Good uppercut though in response from Gardner, and then throws a decent left hook to the body. Followed by another straight right hand, but McMillan bounces straight back into action. And McMillan had his head snapped back there, but still comes back with a flurry of punches. Good work from Gardner as he just pressurises McMillan into the corner just above our commentary position. Nice body shot there from Gardner. And McMillan needs to respond here. And that he does. Every time it's been asked of him, he's there, and he's really going for it now. And he senses that he might well be able to get this done before the sound of the final bell. But it's not to be. Well, I tell you, Ollie, every time you think one of these guys is just starting to slip away or fade away or slow down or not respond, they do. Every single time. But one more round to go. And it really could all come down to this last round.
I've got it 2. Have you got it even? I've got it 2. I've got it 2 to Gardner. 87,
2 up
85.
to Gardner.
But how we're looking at it, Darren, it's very close that last round.
Very close indeed.
10 seconds, corners.
But this is it. Gardner really has come back into this fight.
27 and final round.
And the 2 touch gloves in the middle of the ring as we go into the 10th and final round. 3 minutes. No idea how it's officially being scored. I bet it's close, and I bet both guys know that. And Gardner coming out aggressive, full of aggression, slamming those lead hooks into the body, but once again McMillan comes back with shots of his own, but Gardner responds.
Yeah, great response here. What a great last round. Great start. First 30 seconds, but all action, Darren.
Fantastic from both fighters. Gardner putting every ounce of his being into every single one of those shots. And once again, you think McMillan's just starting to slow, and he comes back with 4, 5, 6 straight shots. The pace which these two have fought at over the last 5 rounds has been incredible. Gardner just walking towards McMillan over and over again. That was a good shot upstairs from Gardner. 2 of them landed successfully. And McMillan, who again just stood still for a few moments with his head down, comes back once again with his chin tucked into his chest, throwing bombs.
We're into the last minute, round 10.
Good body work there from McMillan, who just bites down on his gum shield once again, but Gardner soaks it up and then comes back with shots of his own. Right hand after right hand. Uppercut followed by a straight right hand. And both guys doing tremendous work. This really has been a fantastic contest. Gardner sticks his right foot into the canvas and loads up with the right hand, and McMillan, as we go into the last 10 seconds of a Central Area Classic. Both fighters touch gloves before the bell even goes. And what a fight we have just witnessed. That was fantastic action and was well worth the wait. A brilliant, brilliant contest.
Yeah, great fight, Darren, to top the night off. Kane Gardner from Beswick, Reece MacMillan from Moorcroft. Great fight, the Central Area title. How have you scored it?
I stopped officially writing my score down a little while ago, but my gut feeling says that Kane Gardner will get the nod, but I think it will be close. What about you?
I've got it Gardner by 1 round.
Well, we will find out officially in just a moment. Well, let's get the official score, which we're all waiting for, from Phil Seymour.
We welcome into the ring as steward in charge of the Victory Board of Control, Sally C, to make the bell presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, what a main event that was. Let's hear it with both boxers. done late on the scorecard, and it could not be much closer. He scores the contest 96 points to 95 points in favour of your winner and the new Central Area Super Lightweight Champion, the Raging Bull!
Well, Reece MacMillan gets it. Kane Gardner cannot believe it. When Phil Seymour had said that it was close, he couldn't believe that either, but the fact that it's gone to Reece MacMillan, he's shaking his head in disappointment, of course. But Reece MacMillan is being lifted onto the shoulders, of his team. And he did do some fantastic work in that. It was a fight of two halves. But congratulations to Reece MacMillan. He is the Super Lightweight Central Area Champion.
Yeah, I had a round to Gardner, but you know, sometimes things look different to the referee, obviously.
Well, thank you so much to everyone for sticking around tonight. Really, really good fight to watch in the end between Kane Gardner and Reece MacMillan. It was super close for us here commentating.
Yeah, it was a great last fight, Darren. Real enjoyed the fight. Crowd are getting a bit hostile in here now.
It's certainly getting a bit lively. But Reece MacMillan will now join Dom McGuinness for a few words, and that is if he can get through all of his supporters who are very, very excited that he has won that. We're just trying to get Reece away from everyone who's come to see him and watch him, but he is now making his way over to Dom, and that he will have the final word.
Well, Reece, congratulations. It was a barnstormer to end the night. Obviously, Kane's disappointed. You get the nod. I mean, what was your opinion? Obviously, it's very tight, the decision.
I thought it was very close, yeah. Obviously, he catch me with good jabs, but I was answering back. Yeah, what a very tough competitor, very good fighter, and I wish him all the best. Fucking great fight. I love being a part of that fight. Like, this is what I'm made for, big fights. But I just want to put good performances, put wars on, have good fights, get people talking. Like I say, win is brilliant, but as long as I'm involved in these fights.
That's a good attitude. The thing is,
to my trainer and manager Bob, fucking hell, what I've been through the last 2 years, and he's stuck by me and fucking kept working, and like I say, he's got me to here. I can't thank him enough.
well, your fitness, your work rate, your bravery, you took some big shots in there. That can't be in question. But I'll tell you what, you've got a decent following as well, haven't you?
Yeah, fucking hell, the best. They've been with me from day one as well. Love them all.
Well, listen, well done tonight. Go on amongst them. I'm going to bring Steve Wood in here now because to close the show. Well, Steve, it was a cracker of a fight to end the contest. How did you see it yourself?
I actually had Kane winning with the cleaner shots, and you've got to give everything to Reece for the effort he put in. I thought a couple of times it looked like he was going to go, and he come straight back and thrown a lot. But I don't think he did enough to win. But you know, it's hard to take it away from him, and you know, I hope he enjoys the victory. And I just feel so sorry for Kane because he's lost a British title fight on the back of that, and. For me, he won the fight. It's hard to say clearly, but it was clear enough for me that he'd won the fight, and you know, I don't know what you have to do to win, you know, but there you go.
Well, Kane will just have to lick the wounds, I suppose, and go again. We've seen what a quality operator he is. Obviously, there was Pierce O'Leary in that fight, and you've seen what he's all about in there tonight. He's not very happy, obviously, so he's just going to have to have a think. Is that what you'd say to him?
Well, you don't have to think. At the end of the day, the result's not going to change, is it? He's got to take it and then come back and win and then get another title chance. I mean, obviously, I don't think they want to have a rematch, will they? You know, but you know, it was the end of a good night's boxing, wasn't it? I mean, it did drag on a little bit because didn't get any stoppages. But we did say that, didn't we? The first thing that we started off with the 2 10-rounders were well even matched, and they probably go the distances, and they did do. But that was a great one to watch, and I hope everyone on Boxing News and VIP YouTube enjoyed it. I'd love to hear your comments on the socials to see if I was watching through blinkered eyes or not. I mean, I've not even seen what Darren Reece and Lee White had scored it, but that'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, well, it was a typical VIP show, if you like, in terms of prospects, debutants. There was thrills and spills, and then to end like that. So a cracker all round, Steve.
Yeah, ready for the bed now, aren't we?
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching this VIP boxing show here in Bolton, and good night and good days here. It's the new day is done now.
Yeah. See you later now. Bye.